Okay, so we have a Regen 3. That was my sync on. This thing should be off now. Regen 3. Oh, cool. I've got Regen 3 now. Regen 3 is dope. Yeah. I'm gonna go piss. Oh, I gotta move my poor kitty. I'm sorry, kitty. I gotta go pee. Poor kitty. She's gotta get up. Poor little kitty. Well, hey, if I come back, you can sit back on my lap, okay? I gotta move you. I'm sorry, kitty. I gotta go pee. Sorry about that. I had to get up. My keyboard's working again. Whatever crud was in the control key finally fixed. It was like resin and it took months for it to crumble or whatever, but it crumbled, I think. Which was good. 837 is too much. I want to just walk it. I could go home, I suppose. It's probably faster, but I wouldn't mind going to the... Oh, no, I don't want to... Well, I don't know. I think Bastock is actually best, so we'll go back, yeah. I'll go back and I'll just go to Bastock is what I'll do. Go sit and do some goldsmithing. It was good to get like a level and a half. It was pretty good on White Mage. Feels good. Can't wait to do it more. I'm gonna take Red Mage to 75 after I do White Mage to 75. When I cap, I'll start a hardcore character, or I could just start another character. I have other characters. I could just start another character all the fuck over again. But this time around, I don't have an Octave Club to carry me or whatever. Or no, I mean, I don't know. I could do Red Mage and White Mage. I could even do, well, I can't really do Summoner, but I'll do, well, I've never done Summoner, but I don't want to do Summoner. It's too social. It requires other people, and that's not really like my whole streamer solo only vibe. Okay, we gotta go get a Scroll of Warp. I'm gonna change my sub. See, now I'm getting 120. I wasn't getting that where I was. This game's frames are in the toilet, but I think that's because there is 4 games all running off my drive. So, I mean, that makes sense. It does make sense. I should technically take a load off of these games by moving to GeForce Now Mortal and chopping trees on that. Did I lose a kit the other day? I think I did. I lost a kit. I don't know. This character is better at chopping wood. Oh, I need to go look at the dailies, I think. So yeah, and that's something I definitely do need to do. Razorback, turn off that thing. Bandit. Here, put the lossless on this game. Yeah, let's do that. No, this game's already got too much lossless. Oops. Turn this off. This game's like riding off the lossless. I didn't know. Okay, we got all that stuff dumped. I'm gonna go look. I want to stockpile so much mats that building like a vendor and all that stuff by my house doesn't seem like that much, you know, expenditure. This character doesn't have a house. I could put a house somewhere interesting. Like up there by bandits and scoundrel spawn and bear spawn. Maybe I should buy a house. I mean, I have 1,000 gold. When I have 3,000 gold, it won't really feel like that bad. I could buy a house for this character, but I don't know. I'm enjoying living out of Fab. I don't think it's easier, honestly. So let's see. We have, let's switch up to my torch. I have Glimmer Cap. As opposed to Yellow Sepa. Yellow Sepa's better. Clotho's Maiden. I don't want to do that one. Minotaur Guard. No good. But I think I have a good... yeah, I have a bandit task, which is good. I don't know if my main got that task, though, which sucks. I think... No, well, she did the Scoundrel task, and she was locked out of bandit. But that's fine. It's all good growth on all the characters. My character has... Oh, yeah, Yellow Sepa. Is she starving to death? No. Let's go eat, though. I'm learning that, like, maybe you should eat. Maybe it affects how much wood you can chop and stuff like that. I don't really know. It's good to see somebody else with razorbacks. I want to make some food, which I suppose I could do. Yeah, let's get a cooking pot. We'll get some pig meat and some carotene and some water, and I'll cook me up a nice meal. Or I don't know, I don't think I need water. Oh yeah, I guess I do need water. Yeah, get like 1,200 water. There we go, 1,300 water. Oops. Okay, so I want cooking pot, water, meat. Uncanny boiled pig. I wish I could remix it with some carrots. That would be cooler. I could fry some carrots, I guess, or I could make some carrot soup. Carrot soup might be a lot like, I don't know. Carrot soup sounds nasty. Hi, kitty. You want to cuddle? Okay. Hold on. I want to put my wait. Hold on, kitty. You're like a little dog. You wait when I ask you to. It's good. Put a blanket on. I'm cold. I don't want to make you get up again. Okay. There we go. You want to sit on my lap? There you go. Good kitty. See, is it sitting on my lap fun? It is. It's about to be a real warm lap because my heated throw. Oops, my camera got bumped. Sorry. There we go. My cat likes to bump my camera. She does it on purpose. Cooking pot stuff. Now we have a lot of whatever this is. Uncanny boiled pig. Okay. I am full eaten. I have 20 seconds of poison over time. Losing health for poison, but I don't think it matters. Okay, there we go. We took care of her hunger. We're gonna go outside and chop some more tree. I've been chopping out east side, so I'll go out west side. Playing 3 video games at once, streaming for you wonderful folk, recording with a nice warm heated throw on my lap because it's fucking 25 degrees out or whatever it is, and 72 degrees in my house, and a nice heated throw because it's cold in here kind of, and the cat on my lap and she's purring, and it's that whole winter vibe. It's almost a Christmas vibe. I love it, kitty. Good shit, kitty. Good shit. Where did my remote to my fucking fireplace go? So annoying. I would use that too, but I don't know where it went. I looked yesterday and I didn't find it. I did something with that. What did I do with it? Maybe it's in the box. Maybe I just told myself it should be in the box so I wouldn't have to hunt for it anymore. Maybe that's what I did. Let's see, was I like, remotes go in box, right? I think I might have. No, that's the Lasco heater. That's my clock. No, that's my speakers. Too many remotes. Yeah, I don't think this is in here, huh? Wait, that's not it, is it? What's that one? That's my clock. So I'll have to deep clean this house soon, and when I do, I will find the damn fireplace remote, because I have an electric fireplace that's really wonderful. Alright, let's chop trees right the fuck here. Alright, we made it back. I have to go get a instant warp scroll. I suppose Relude would be faster for that, I think. Relude Gardens. Ooh, I could get a Shire Manteal. I wouldn't mind playing Bard. Bard is also really fun, but it's a pooler now. It didn't used to be a pooler, but it's a pooler now. I used to like pooling, but now it's too active. Much faster. Now I want to go to Bastock. Hi, kitty, you're back. You want my lap? Yeah, come sit on my lap, kitty. Oh, pet, 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 pet. I like the kitty. I like her. Yeah, oh, the kitty. I like her. Yeah, sit in my lap. Get yourself a nice lap. I love this kitty. I just like being tender with her. She's getting old. Did you like your dinner? Was it good? Okay, so thief. I guess I could go to Okay, let's put on a video. I don't think I want to watch this.
Have been busy utilizing resources that came in with the Catalyst expansion. There are conflicts flaring in every corner of the map, with fresh metas evolving, inventive carrier deployments, brazen dread bombs, and dozens of brutal clashes over metanoxes, skyhooks, customs offices, ansiblexes, and upwell structures. Undoubtedly the largest was the clash between Winterco and the Imperium in the system of Atioth, where roughly 4,500 of you fought over the fate of a Test Alliance Please Ignore Keepstar. Of course you'd celebrate Valentine's Day with destruction. Celebrate the Lunar New Year with a free gift, new packs, and Twitch drops. Claim your Lunar New Year gift in the New Eden store, containing 8 plex.
Meaning all the dudes are ignoring their wives and playing EVE Online on Valentine's Day because they took the day off. That's what I view. That's my view on it when I hear that. All the boomers neglecting their wives, basically.
Brand new Unbridled Glory skin and a Skinner component. Lunar New Year packs in the EVE store feature skill points, cerebral accelerators, more brand new Unbridled Glory skins, Skinner components, and more. These packs are available until the 4th of March. There are also Lunar New Year themed Twitch drops active now.
Midnight is in 5 days.
Project Gorgon is a paradise from what MMOs have become. Not only is it one of the very few Kickstarter MMORPGs to successfully launch, yet it also breaks the WoW canonical MMO model. There's no MSQ, no quest hubs, and no predefined classes. There are entire towns you can't enter unless you're an animal.
Starfield 2.0 is
Water
not
caves you
happening.
can't
No, I don't think it probably is.
delve unless you have appropriate swimming equipment, and a community that's unlike any other. Hundreds to thousands of players regularly gather to play music, grant buffs, and share a festive time. Whether you want to grow a humble garden, bet on competing fighters in the Red Wing Casino, or freeze to death in mountain snow, Project Gorgon is both familiar yet mysteriously unique. While it may not have the visual polish of Black Desert Online, the quality of life in Final Fantasy XIV,
I need to revisit this game. I wonder if it's on GeForce Now. Let's go see. I need to get it. I should go do my 76 daily. How's this going? Oh, good. We're making money still. It's kind of slower, though, which is kind of annoying. How's the Holy Vision thing going? You are on that thing. You went to a jump gate, did you? Where does it go? Okay, now I want you... Shouldn't you have, like, a fleet? Now there's only 4 of you left? Okay, well, anyways, you... go explore Pontifex's claim. Yeah, you. Yep, I ordered him to go explore. Yeah. Oh, isn't that a good kitty? Want your pad? Too warm, kitty? Okay. Incoming call from Brent. Citizen, was that supposed to be helpful? Diplomat in distress. Citizen, does that... diplomat in distress. Was that supposed to be helpful?
or lore-breaking forced attempts at inclusion in WoW, it has something better. A world players can get lost in, together. I'm Marl MMO, and I connect gamers to MMOs the love.
Maybe I should try to heal in that.
I remember playing Asheron's Call 1 decades ago, and feeling excitement about its procedural loot system. I loved learning about the synergies in Ultima Online to craft my own build templates. Experiencing Katinas in Star Wars Galaxies was the ultimate MMO experience, as dozens of players gathered together to socialize. But the genre evolved, and so did we. That's why I'm proud of what Project Gorgon represents, how it overcame monumental challenges, and why MMOers looking for a new virtual world in which to play should check it out. When was the last time you felt like you were genuinely adventuring in an MMO, untethered to a main quest that every other adventurer must do, queuing for dungeons in which no one speaks, or grinding eye level improvements that will reset during the next expansion cycle anyway? Project Gorgon lands differently, not because of novel systems, but how it interweaves ideas to create a tapestry of potential. There are no classes, there are builds. Imagine Guild Wars 1, except anyone can learn any skill. You mix and match two compatible skill lines, yet you have a limited number of available skill slots, so you can't mindlessly slot every skill. In terms of builds, Fennel, a Project Gorgon veteran with over 7,000 hours in-game, showcased some examples. He leveraged the ice skill to either make himself nearly invulnerable for in-game content, or to amplify his AoE damage when paired with knife fighting. In a callback to Bards and EverQuest, he showcased a support build that boosts the combat proficiency of others within a massive radius. He showed how he leveraged Project Gorgon's novel equipment system, something we'll revisit soon, to make him faster when pulling, more durable when tanking, and better primed for healing. But your main source of new skills is not just leveling up. Instead, you must befriend NPCs scattered throughout the world, who may decide to train you should you convince them. Black Desert Online has the closest analog here. You give gifts to NPCs, complete quests for them called favors, and you hang out with them, an activity your character performs after logging out. They may be deep in a cave system, resting on the beach, or leading a forward camp next to a demonic incursion.
This doesn't appeal to me. It's not a combat-based MMO.
Some are racist and won't talk to you, and others, namely animals, reasonably expect you to be an animal before they teach you how to fly or kick your hoof. But how do you become an animal? It's that core question of how that drives Project Gorgon's gameplay loop. You see someone riding a horse. How do I do that? You see someone being followed by their troop of skeletons, a spider on rollerblades, or a pig dancing with a bandit. Instead of quest hubs that predetermine your next play session, you may find an item that requires a certain skill to be learned, so you dig through the wiki to discover its other prerequisites. For example, I wanted a strong damage over time build using archery, but I couldn't find a trainer to teach me acid arrow. I had the proper reagents, as you need ammo to use abilities like in other old school games, but I lacked the training. It was in my search of the animal town in Sunvale that I so happened to stumble upon Squidlips, an aging druid who not only can teach you how to bottle
Squid tips,
holding potions, something that would have aided me in a water cavern nearby, but also acid arrow, a much needed ability when dealing with highly armored foes. Sometimes, NPCs may want you to cook food for them, craft furniture, or even provide goblin poetry before becoming your guide. Players who spent hours leveling up lumberjacking in Ultima Online will find similar synergies in Project Gorgon. In this way, every session can feel unique if you lean into the spontaneous nature of progression in Project Gorgon. A popular strategy is to participate in community events during the weekend called poetry jams, in which hundreds or even thousands of players gather together. It's by appreciating poetry, dancing in coordination, playing music with various instruments, and enjoying beverages that your character accumulates massive buffs that can last for hours. Those longing for a similar Star Wars Galaxy Cantina experience would feel right at home in one of these. Combat is approachable for those with RPG experience, yet includes unique elements that require study even from MMO veterans. The core mechanics are familiar. When an enemy's HP reaches 0, it's defeated. But armor not only provides damage reduction, it's also a resource. The more damaged one's armor is, the less mitigation it provides. In practice, this means the pace of combat tends to accelerate the longer the fight continues. Power and health function as you would expect, yet Project Gorgon has another useful tool: Combat Refresh. Skills tagged as basic can trigger this system that provides, based on the type of armor you are wearing, a surge of all of your combat resources. Like in Star Wars The Old Republic, there is no auto attack, so choosing when to use your abilities is more than merely completing a rotation. This is only the beginning. as some mobs are entirely immune to certain
There's no auto attack.
damage types or regenerate so quickly that flat damage alone is not enough to win. Thankfully, you don't have to understand every little detail, as combat is approachable even casually. Gear is an area in which
I want to be a perfect paladin or whatever, and I've never said that before, but as long as okay, paladin is great. Even Final Fantasy XI paladin is great. If it didn't ride invincible, so I don't want invincible. I want strong heals.
Project Gorgon is
So I
head
can heal
and
myself and
shoulders
others.
above its competition. If you played Asheron's Call or any ARPG, then you are already familiar with its gearing system. Equipment can drop between 0 and
Maybe I should give it this game another try. It's got pop now. It's probably a better game maybe than no, the combat's maybe better than Quinfall, but Quinfall has cool towns and cool building and cool sailing and stuff.
5 different modifiers. Crafted gear even comes.
Let's take a look at numbers. Oh, no, I'm not going to the Mortal Wiki. I'm going to Mortal Online 2 charts. Today, Mortal Online pulled 722, which is real good. That's up. That's like 100 up from yesterday. That seems weird. But hey, if the numbers are going up, then the numbers are going up. I want to look for the Quinfall. Quinfall's sitting at 7,000, which is a lot better than it did at, like, you know, pre-launch. But yeah, Quinfall's doing better. Maybe I'm playing the wrong class. I like Mage, but it's a little spastic and weird. It is very technical, but it isn't bad. I like Quinfall. Quinfall's an option. It'd be hard to run all of these games at once, and I don't know. Is Quinfall on GeForce Now? Let's go look. Is the Quinfall on GeForce Now? Probably not. Star Trek Across the Unknown. I'm looking for Quinfall. The Quinfall. Nope. And then what about Project Gorgon? Project Gorgon is. And so we will add it to favorites here. Good. And I will be able to snag it back without having to type it again. My favorite's Project Gorgon. Maybe I'll give Gorgon a spin, huh? And do a little bit of a slow MMO. It's an MMO if it's the build. I don't know if it has building. I don't know if it's really my style of MMO. I think Quinfall's more my style of MMO than Project Gorgon is. Let's look at Project Gorgon's. Yeah, but I mean, Project Gorgon's got like a decent pop. Not as much as Quinfall, though. Quinfall is doing really well. Quinfall had good AFK fishing. Well, kind of. You can't leave it running all night. But I mean, you can't do that on any of these games, I guess, so it doesn't really matter. You can't leave any of these games farming all night. I'll go out and adventure right now and just try to get 5,000 ore. That would be a cheap thing to do. I like living in Poshvon. It's a good break from faction warfare and bullshit-ass ICE harassment and high sec from piece of shit losers. Okay, so, yeah, we in Bastock. I'm going out. Give me a cure. Earthly, I mean, oops, no, that was wrong, huh? Well, that's alright. Let's move down a thing and borrow my last synth macro. Paste. Paste. Let's put a map. Yeah, and then finally, I'll go to my BST macro and borrow my fleet macro and take it to the white mage thing on page 5. Flee macro for page 5. I think I want to buy a Wii remote. Didn't I ask the AI a question? I think I did. It was like, if you're looking for a way to without the switch, there's in a standalone DGG version of 6 messy is at 0 times to Steam, yeah. Steam API trick. If you're trying to run the Steam version without Steam client active, you can try this manual bypass. Navigate to SCs where create a new Steam app ID text. Bypassing the launcher. Yeah, I put a lot of time into Skyrim, but it blocks me out, you know? Can I get that on GOG?
Warp drive active.
Oh, I didn't flee, huh? All that time I spent, I borrowed the macro, but I didn't fix it, did I? No. So... Okay, now I have a flee macro. Alright. I guess I will go and get a...
Your inventory is full.
Aw, really? Just throw that earth crystal away or whatever. And this hair meat. Fire crystals with... Oh, family dinner soon. Mithril beast coins. There we are. Now we're out here farming beds. I want to align, turn this off, and I want to align to the structure. Align. When we get out and away from the asteroid, it should be aligned perfectly, I think. get out a little further. There we go. And I will just venture mine out here, because it's money, you know, if you can get it back. I don't know. I love that sound. Okay, so, move on to the next tree. Well, let's give it another spin and just see how it feels. I can run in high graphics because it's on GeForce Now. Might look better than I thought. Yeah, I think I'll play a melee paladin that with a heavy weapon that heals. Yeah, I want to play Project Gorgon on GeForce Now. What's wrong with that? Go. Did you load? Whatever it is. Oh, why isn't this working? I don't think you did load. Ugh. Quit. Try again, you. Can't remember what I played the first time. I think it was Archer. I don't remember. Started this time. Good though. Hello? Okay, 640. Okay, I'll come to 640, sure. I'll look back.
Warp drive active.
There we go, I got Bez.
Docking request accepted. Cool, I'm starting on a new server. I don't think I want a melee. There, yes, elf. Elves are forest-loving, sex-addicted, and obsessively clean. They're never crude or offensive, but they do tend to add double entendres to everything they say. They live a long time and tend to master a lot of skills referred to live as simple life as possible. Wait, you random me away. Oh, ugh. I like that. Do that, but song's good. There she is. I'll never join you. We'll see. Finish her mind wipe and prepare her for transit. Skycatlive will be my pet project from now on. I need to get to the point where you'll save that I made the character and then I can leave. We're all docked up. Jumping trees. That's I got this game for $20, and it's you can like play it. Yeah, and let's go look at the sound because it's fucking blasting me. This master drop it. Oh god, sorry about that. Music up, ambient noise off, sound effects to 40. GUI sounds to 40. Quest UI sounds to 40. Save. Oh, there's oh cool. Check. I can't test the microphone anymore, so. There's a mute button on the setting as well. Okay, I have one which is sword slash. Graphics look better than they used to, but the game still looks really fucking basic. Bell. Tasty crap. Bell. What's a bell? Actually, I do want to run sword and board. The backpack item. Okay, so I will have to do all of this, but it will give it its fair thing. But it's looking more basic than fucking Quinfall. It's just on GeForce now, so I can run it. You know. Alright, compress this bez, and we'll take it home one of these days. There's like some good bez in here. I don't know why there's Trig Survey database out here, but okay. I don't know why that's here. I really don't. Okay, so I will go to the safety of the town and dump this wood. And then I will scoop my cat's box and I will go to family dinner and I will be gone here for 90 minutes. Thank you for watching, guys. I'm going to pause this video here.
Hi guys, sorry about that. Just letting the timer run by. I got my cat on my chest, so I'm trying not to make too much noise or movement and stuff. Sorry about that. As you can see, I got a cat on my chest. I love my cat. Yeah, I love your cat. You smell that? Yeah, you want to lick my hand? Lick my hand, kitty. It smells good. Yeah. What's on my hand? Is it grease? Oh, purr, 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 kitty. Purr, purr, purr. Oh, you the cute little kitty. Why was this server down for 2 days? It seems odd. Now I've lost my work. Just was like some kind of coincidence that I was forced to be offline for 2 days, so I lost all my work. I don't think I'm going to play here again. It doesn't surprise me that it happened on Rust, though. It doesn't surprise me. Everything's going right. Yeah, I'm sure. Maybe it's the purge. Respawn where? I can't. All 3 things have been taken or whatever. Yeah, like what was this? I know it's been longer than 2 days, so yeah, the shit was just taken, yeah. Which is fine. I just wanted to see it. What happened here? No, they fucked me or something. I'm not gonna play this shitty game. I tried to play and the last 5 experiences have been negative. Fuck Rust, I'm taking it off my favorites. Naval Update was cool for what, 3 days before I was just like, nah. They wiped my work and they wiped all the boats that I built, and it's just like, nah, I can see that Rust is a worthless waste of time now. We're gonna get off it permanently. Goodbye, Rust. It was a good time there for a while. I know I've said that before and I'm unlikely to keep that promise, but that's the intention right now, is just like, if you're gonna throw my work away, I'm done with your game. I think that's a fair, thing to say. I think it is. Gotta bring that stuff back.
Comes with crafting points too, enabling you to customize them even further.
Finally, 48 hours later, I log in and Reforge. I've been checking like every day for 2 days. And Reforge would not let me log in. And it's like they've got, and notice that they're the only server I've ever seen that's got a 2-day login rule. And yeah, just so happened to not be able to log in for 2 days. And so I think I'll never touch Reforged ever again. Jesus Christ. I'm sick of getting fucked by developers and modders and all that stupid ass shit. I'm done with it now. Your game can just fall to the wayside. How are we doing here? I am not making the money that I used to make. Hi, kitty. You're back on my chest again, and I want you on my lap. Thank you. I don't want you on my chest anymore. Sorry, kitty. I don't mean to be rude. I love you. But you always come up right into my face, and I really don't need that. Why is this happening? Because I was on so long, I have to like reconnect to Epic, I guess. Or off so long, excuse me.
This means that equipment may...
It doesn't matter how much shit filler you put around a bad combat system, you still have a bad combat system.
from crafters can have a higher potential ceiling.
That's my takeaway with Project Gorgon. I don't think I even need to waste the time. Same with fucking Quinfall. Those combat systems are not good enough. They might have been last year, but they're not good enough anymore. And I'm sorry.
Blue. Modifiers can be as simple as increased health or armor, yet more frequently, they change what skills.
I don't want to do early access anymore. It's just a bunch of stealing from piece of shit software developers. I don't want it anymore. See if somebody's on D-scan. I don't see anybody.
Warp drive active.
They increase your movement speed, storage space, add DOTs to DD abilities, and increase...
If only the combat was good. If only the game actually had, like, base building and sailing and shit.
Native attributes of summon pet.
If only the combat was good. If only the graphics were good. If only it was a real video game.
This approach to gearing makes every battle pregnant with possibilities, since you are one drop away from exploring an entirely new build. Crafting
a
is
new
an
build.
entirely
That might take 5 hours.
other realm of gear enhancements that players have written books about. Literally,
Books.
you can write books in Project
Wait, go back.
of gear enhancements that players have written books about. Literally.
Vendors have two limits: how much gold they'll spend on you per week and the max they'll pay per item. Both agrees with favor. The more specialized the vendor, the better the gold caps. Marna will buy anything, but even a max favor should only buy 5,000 G a week. That sounds like jack-offery. It's jack-offery with NPC jack-offs at pay low prices. Hulon, who pays very specific things, hits 60k G per week and pays over 1,000 G per item. Save your valuable goods for specialized vendors and only sell to generalists like Marna when you have no better option. Many NPCs unlock new features as you increase favor. This includes the ability to barter, new quests, and most importantly, storage. You will want as much storage as possible. As Sir Bu will focus on favor with Joey, Marna, Ivan, Charles Thompson, and Tadian near the player's shop stalls. You can access their storage from the bookshelf in the Sir Bu library. Start collecting amethysts and raise your teleportation skill. Each teleporter gives bonus XP the first time you use it, either by binding to it or teleporting to your bound location. Visit all teleporters in the early zones to stack XP quickly. Higher teleport skill unlocks handy abilities for fast travel. Train first aid as you play. You don't need to go hard on it, but definitely use first aid kits during tough fights or bosses. You'll get lots of XP if you use first aid or armor patching within 30 seconds of finishing certain kill quests, so get in the habit. In combat, enemies sometimes show symbols. An exclamation mark means they're calling for help. Nearby mobs may join the fight. A crown means killing it will start a short kill quest that gives bonus combat XP. These are worth doing. If you need specific items to finish quests or recipes, don't just rely on the player stalls. Check the buy-use selection on NPCs. When players sell items to vendors, they go here, you can pick them up. This is an amazing way to get what you need, especially nearly on, and usually much cheaper. Certain skills unlock inventory folders. These let you keep things organized and safe from accidental selling. The easiest folder to get is from lore. Just visit 6 or 7 riddle altars and you unlock it. You can use spiders to store quest items, keys, or separate your crafting goods. There are a few skills you should level even if you don't plan to use them long term. Alchemy to 25 and transmutation. Death magic to 10. Mycology to around 20 for the Myconian subskill. Goblinese to 35. This is faster than it sounds.
More than fighting and crafting are other skills too. Kaskrim, a longtime player of Project Gorgon and a frequent guest in my coverage, showed me where you can find a particular breed of horse to catch, and then through selective breeding programs, sire those with traits you want.
I can't believe the amount of time sink that they expect us to do until we learn that, unless we watch your video and catch that for 5 seconds. That's why I won't play a game like this.
She graciously gave me a steed that was 10% faster than mine, and with antlers, and she raised her
I'm not
own
playing your
horse
game
too.
of non-intuitive.
It's systems like
You're an
these
idiot.
that set Project Gorgon apart. This observation bleeds into how progression works. The closest analog is old school RuneScape. In both, you don't have a character level like in WoW. Instead, what's important is the relevant level of the skill you're using in relationship to your activity. Since you can use two separate skills simultaneously, this means you have a wide range of choices regarding where and how you progress. You could use a more developed skill to power level a fledgling one, use only one skill to specialize and expedite progressing, or level comparable ones in tandem. And this observation extends beyond combat abilities. Even as a character,
These people, they think this game is good because they haven't had anything in a fucking while. They've not had Rust or X4 or Eve or FFXI, so they think these games are good. They're not good compared to FFXI. They're not.
with higher level combat skills, you can explore newbie zones to safely develop other skills like endurance that level as you take armor damage. This is similar to developing toughness in Kenshi. The more punishment you take, the more resilient you become. But unlike Kenshi, dying itself is a skill in Project Gorgon that naturally synergizes
Oh good,
with
you can
necromancy.
die a lot. Oh
Alternatively,
good, yay,
should
let's
you
die a
accept the
lot and
risk.
build a lore around that. Sounds like every gamer's dream.
Lower level
Fucking idiot.
players can join veteran players in higher level areas. I was shown State Helm, Project Gorgon's most recent in-game area that reminds me of Verdant Brink in Guild Wars 2. During the day, it's a peaceful city that is overrun by thieving and poisonous foes at night. And Castrum showed me Vidaria, another in-game area that features pop-up events that help players band together. Project Gorgon is available on Steam. It has a free demo so you can see for yourself without spending any money, whether it's the type of game you want to play. When not on sale, it's about $25 without a mandatory subscription. The optional VIP plan is $12 a month and provides convenience features like additional bag and storage space. Regarding pay-to-win concerns, that concept isn't even relevant to Project Gorgon. It has a pay-for-convenience model, more akin to Path of Exile. It's as far from being heavily monetized as one can reasonably expect. And it's still launched, unlike Ashes of Creation or Star Citizen. When you log in, you'll need to choose a starting server. The newer servers will have more newbies playing who may be unfamiliar with how Project Gorgon works, so keep in mind whether or not you intend on asking for help. When you create a character, you'll notice an array of races, some of which have not yet been released or require a quest line to be completed before being created. When you first log in, you find yourself on an island. I can't emphasize this next point enough. Take your time. Read the dialogue. Learn the
No, thank you. And that's what they really want you to do. It's like there's like people with lives who did drugs and drank a lot and hung around, listened to music and danced a lot at raves and stuff. And then there's these pieces of shit who play video games all of their fucking lives who need this kind of challenge.
systems. What you discover
And
here...
I'm sorry, but that's not the whole community, no. And the more you ask me to think about this, the less inclined I am to play it. It's weird, you know, I'm on my way to a beaten Disco Elysium almost twice now, but I just don't have the patience for your game's story, though.
will help you navigate the rest of...
Or that whole non-intuitive stuff. Non-intuitive sucks. Like that's one of the few things Blizzard ever said that I actually agree with, which is non-intuitive questing fucking sucks, and they fixed it. Like, I want to point A to point B. If you're gonna make quests like this thing that I want out of the way while I learn, then steer me from point A to point B.
the game world. And since there is a large influx of players, reach out and group up. I easily join several groups in different zones. To preserve the spirit of the game, I won't disclose tutorial secrets, but just know that Project Gorgon gives you all the tools you need to succeed. Depending on how you leave the island, as there are multiple options, you will need to decide what your goals are. While a main quest technically exists, it does not serve the same guiding function as in other MMOs. I like to choose a skill to level, find a suitable location, join a group, and fill up with loot. You may find an item that you need more levels to equip, or when you return to town, your gift to an NPC enables you to learn a new ability, changing the trajectory of your next outing. It's this fluid progression style that both attracts players and scares others away. Another feature of Project Gorgon is how its systems naturally encourage communal playing. Some skills are inherently social, and since dungeons are open world, leveling within naturally causes players to rub shoulders, encouraging grouping. Beyond the design itself, Because Project Gorgon is so unique, its players have a special connection to the game. Throughout its development history, Project Gorgon suffered numerous tragedies, ranging from fiscal dry spells to even the loss of one of its own beloved main developers. Project Gorgon's community has repeatedly rallied behind the game and its developers, and it's great to see.
FFXI is better. It's got like 60,000 players. This game has maybe 6,000 if it's lucky. And it's because FFXI is better. FFXI is better. I know FFXI is better because I played it for 23 years. It's better. It's better than the game you're trying to play.
Grow and blossom.
I'm sorry. I see this every day in Lower Juneau. You've only seen it for like 4 years or something. I've seen it for, fucking 22.
The next phase of its life. It's true.
Don't worry. Hey, you level up from death. Plan to die a lot.
Project Gorgon
it's
is
so commendable that the developer made it that way.
for everyone. Those who want competitive PvP or mythic-style instance PvE will be disappointed. If you're looking for cutting-edge graphics or hyper-fluid animations, you'll need to look elsewhere. There are a few annoyances about the game that are helpful to know about too. For example, when you kill a mob, depending on how many skills you know, you may have to push several buttons for each mob. This breaks the flow of combat. Another issue is that you only learn experience for combat skills when they're used in combat. This makes sense on paper, but for secondary...
it's like a bad DDO.
abilities that everyone
it looks like a bad DDO.
uses, an auto toggle would feel amazing. And I know that you can use a glamour berry to hide the skin of your helmet, yet since this is a ubiquitous feature in online games, I wish we could simply hide our helmet. Plus, GPUs can spike in desert or rainy areas, elevated ping exists for EU players, and the default limit of a single character per account could be jarring. With that said, in my experience, the community has been more than eager to answer questions and help overcome obstacles.
But is the game fun?
It's hilarious that someone left a negative review, then played another 800 hours. That's the charm of Project Gorgon. Is it perfect? Does it have something for everyone? But what it does seek out to do, it does well. And it warms my heart celebrating Project Gorgon's successful launch. From its early days being playable in a browser with a...
I think Mortal's better than this game. For one thing, it's 3D. I mean, that game is 3D too, I suppose. Like tab target 3D. Oh, my cute kitty. I love my cute kitty.
A mysterious pot that turned people into cows, to now an expansive world with interlocking systems. It's a MMO that stands alone in its quirkiness, but together as a community. Thanks for watching, and subscribe for more MMO content. Save the MMO? Wading through the damp cave, you feel the darkness closing in. Each step sinking into the pools of mud, scarred by battle. Emerging from the cavern, you're met by a spectral archer, untouchable by your sword. This moment introduces the game's dual weapon system and the flexible approach to character building that defines its combat philosophy. Imagine blending Albion Online, Final Fantasy XIV, and Guild Wars 2 into a single MMO cocktail. The result would taste remarkably like Throne and Liberty. Like Albion Online, you are what you wear. Heavy armor suits tanks. Medium armor serves melee DPS and archers. And cloth empowers healers and mages. Like Final Fantasy XIV, you can theoretically master every weapon combination on a single character. Finally, as in Guild Wars 2, excluding the Elementalist, every character can wield 2 weapons at once. Unfortunately, Throne and Liberty borrows from these great systems without expanding upon them. Instead of refining their ideas, it just echoes them. It's also here that you discover that Throne and Liberty offers both action and tab target camera modes. Ranged playstyles feel more natural with the action setup, while melee combat benefits from the articulation of tab targeting. Both systems feel functional and enjoyable, though overall a touch clunkier than the smooth responsiveness found in other modern MMOs. As you flee the throngs of masquerading undead, the game introduces morphing. One smart design decision in this sequence is the clear visual guidance provided amidst the chaos of battle. This design foresight inspires confidence. It signals that the developers are mindful of the player experience. You're then tasked with combining everything you've learned so far. Yet as your confidence builds, your opponent suddenly transforms into the introductory nemesis. Let's take a look.
너의 별 조각은
거기 누구야? 아무도 없나?
After choosing your name, you open the door.
Good job.
Rich with depth, but those ideas rarely
didn't
mature
jump out.
beyond this opening act. By the time the seamless transition to the mainland
No, I
closes
thought
the
that-
tutorial,
Active.
Throne and Liberty
No, I
has
didn't jump out.
already
I
delivered
compressed
its finest hour. A world that begins in wonder, only to settle into imitation, echoing MMOs whose systems are deeper, richer, and more engaging. Introductions in MMOs should function like appetizers, enticing previews that showcase the game's core mechanics before deeper exploration. But in Throne and Liberty's case, the appetizer becomes the main course, and dessert too. As the story unfolds, new systems appear, yet few truly change how you engage with the world
Docking
itself.
request
Mastery
accepted.
exemplifies that.
MMORPG Warriors, welcome to weekly edition of MMORPG Gaming News. In today's video, you'll find out everything what you need to know regarding new upcoming games, new releases, new updates, new classes, and much more. Before we start, let me just say, subscribe to my YouTube channel and follow me on Twitch. Here on my YouTube channel, I'm having main focus on new upcoming MMORPGs. So whenever I see something is happening in MMORPG and MMO gaming world, you will see it here instantly on my YouTube channel. Also, follow me on Twitch. I'm live streaming every single day, mandatory, no skipping. Visit me on Twitch every day about 7 p.m. Central European Time. If you have any kind of question regarding new upcoming games, I'll be glad to answer and also to keep you updated regarding everything what is happening in the world of MMORPG gaming. But now, let's dive into today's video. Let's
this
start
guy.
this week edition of MMORPG Gaming News with Alldayerrydaybaby Wars, new upcoming MMORPG developed by Zemi Interactive, which will enter early access on Steam on February 24, 2026. What kind of game this actually is? Let's check here from description of developers of this game. Alldayerrydaybaby Wars, Craxion vs. Defoggle is a faction-based strategic action MMORPG set in the world of Iberia. Engage in large-scale battles, this is interesting, customize your gear freely, and shape the fate of the continent throughout the war and strategy. Let's check a little bit description of this game. I'm curious about this title because nowadays in 2026, we are not getting too many new MMORPGs released. So what we have here, RPG, okay, massively multiplayer, action, free to play, okay, free to play, indie, early access, MMORPG, story rich, PvP and PvE included, adventure, and open world. From description of this game, I can conclude that this could be interesting to check at least. This is indie gaming developer Zemi Interactive. So far, I didn't see any kind of information about this game. Also, I can show you here on Steam, a website of this game, you can find system requirements, which are actually not looking that high. Regarding RAM, working memory, only 16 gigabytes of working memory you will need,
that high,
minimum
you
and
say.
recommended. Regarding CPU, This is nothing special here. And regarding GPU, usually that is problematic part. I can show here, minimum is a GeForce GTX 1050, 4 GB. RPG game in general later during 2026. Route 4 story, okay? Upcoming MMORPG developed by Beast Burst Entertainment, which is entering some testing phases already in spring of this year, and maybe, just maybe, we can hope to see release of this game later during 2026, maybe early 2027, who knows. Anyway, in the previous week, actually yesterday, I have done a video on my YouTube channel dedicated only to Scars of Honor, where I'm talking more about PC focus of the game. PC platform first, then mobile later. This is a new upcoming free-to-play MMORPG, and everybody's talking about this game lately because it's looking actually pretty much promising. After huge drama regarding Ashes of Creation, more and more people from MMORPG gaming community are starting to watch in this direction, to look in this direction of Scars of Honor. Let's check some main information about this game. So, MMORPG, real MMORPG on PC, free-to-play game, exploration, PvE and PvP content is confirmed, character customization, competitive, open world type of the game, fantasy kind of style. We have already seen a little bit of gameplay footage. Actually, we have seen a lot of gameplay footage. We have seen combat, everything. I still didn't manage to play this game. I hope during this spring I'm going to play the game for the first time, and you will see some dedicated videos on my YouTube channel, real gameplay footage, and also you will see my review of this.
Hey, look, it's all the same damage numbers as Nightingale.
Game. Action RPG, 3D, third person, low reach, story rich, procedural generation. This is regarding dungeons. Action, stylized, magic, and medieval kind of style. So definitely I'm having my eye on this game. I will let you know in more dedicated videos regarding in-game structure, in-game features, about Scars of Honor. When we are talking about new upcoming MMORPGs for 2026,
oh, my volume is down. I'm sorry.
So Scars of Honor is one of these rare games which we should look forward to play. First test the game in spring of this year, and maybe, like I said, release later during 2026. When I see something interesting and new is happening regarding Scars of Honor, I will let you know about that instantly here on my YouTube channel. In the meanwhile, I'm preparing a set of videos, series of videos already for the next week. You will see another video about Scars of Honor, further going into analysis of in-game structure, learning more about this new upcoming MMORPG. Let's go forward with Ion Classic European version of the game, because we are getting finally new class Phoenix on European version of this game. European servers which are published by Gameforge, you can see here they are getting new update 4.5. For now I didn't see any kind of launch date, however main information is here. New class Phoenix entered the world of Atreya. What kind of class this is actually? Let's learn about the class a little bit at least. Basic stats, magic boost, magical accuracy, critical spell, primary weapon, flame revolver. You can already see from graphic solution for this game. It basically reminds on Gunner, very famous class from original game Iron Retail. Is this really a gunner? I will show you the skills in a second. Primary weapon, flame revolver. Armor, flame leather, okay? Note can be played by male and female characters. This is good, so there is no gender lock. Previous new class of Ion Classic, Lumines, had a gender lock. You can play only Lumines on a female character, not male. Now, when you are looking here, little bit skills of this class. Check this out. Headshot, projectile of silence, sweet dreams, retreat shot. This reminds a lot on original gunner. However, there is no secondary weapon. There is no cannon here as a secondary weapon. So definitely this is some kind of variation of the gunner, improved gunner. I might check it out. I didn't play Ion Classic now for a while. Mostly I'm playing Ion 2 on servers in Taiwan and Korea. You know that if you're following my YouTube channel and my live streams. I'm preparing for global release of Ion 2, which is coming in Q3 of this year. I'll talk about that in a second. However, in the meanwhile, I might check this new class, Phoenix. For now, I didn't play Phoenix on servers in Korea or North American servers, but now I might check it out on servers, on Gameforge servers. Also, for now, like I said, I didn't see date, but probably in a week or two, maybe, I don't know, few weeks at the longest, we should get this new class on servers in Europe. So I will check it out. For today, just to let you know that new Phoenix class is coming to European servers of Ion Classic. Let's go forward with Eternal Tombs, new upcoming MMORPG developed and published by Triumph Studios. I'm having this game on my radar for a longer time. You can see here it's RPG, MMORPG, regarding some testing phase. Yes, however, at this point in time at least, say we are going to globally, I mean, maybe they're going to the game. That is coming in huge currently guides for new players. This is the name of the game on
Okay, we just have to finally talk about the stupidity of what went down yesterday. A statement was... Well, everybody, this was not on my to-do list because I was ill-prepared and I frankly forgot this was happening. But Todd just went on the Kind of Funny Games cast, which, if you don't know, is like the biggest gaming podcast in the world, I believe. Todd said he listens to them regularly. It's Kind of Funny Games cast and Reddit are Todd's like main sources, he says in the opening segment of this. So we're gonna listen to it because he talks about like Starfield allegedly. He talks about Elder Scrolls 6, Fallout, organizing a big studio, so reorganization stuff, Fallout 76, the Fallout show.
Docking
He
request
discusses
accepted.
like all of the shadow drops and leak problems, all sorts of stuff. So we're gonna look through it. It's gonna be interesting. I'm excited to see it. Of course, you should go support Kind of Funny Games cast for making this happen. Not that they really need my shout out. They are like the biggest gaming podcast in the world, so props to them. But they did this, and you know, I think that this should be interesting. Most of their audience seems to be on podcast platforms. They just streamed this and it just ended, and they've got like, you know, 6,500 views on it. Todd, you come over here, baby. We'll get you more. You deserve more views, baby. You're Todd freaking Howard. I have a cardboard cutout of you. Does Jeff? Not Jeff. Greg? No. I bet, I'm willing to bet he doesn't own a single cardboard cutout or candle of you. And you're doing that? Really? Wow. We need the awkward Luke interview. Dude, if he ever came on the stream, I don't like, I'm like a dog barking at cars. You know, I don't know what I would do if I got one. I just do things. That's the thing. If he showed up, I'd be like, hey, buddy. Hi. You know, like, what do I even do? Anyway, it's going to be interesting. I'm excited to hear what they talk about. And I think, you know, going into this, we do have to lay the groundwork. It's come to my attention that there's some exaggeration that's going on. I want to be clear about something just as we get into this and as I turn on the AC, because I can tell I'm going to get heated. Todd, we meme him a lot. Shocker, I know. We meme on him a lot, but he is a legend, okay? Mainly, like, most frustrations we have with BGS have been born out of his absence, okay? So a lot of our frustrations with the direction of BGS games has come as he's gotten less and less involved. There's like clear evidence, interviews from dozens of employees that have worked there, that when Todd works on something, it is better than when he doesn't work on something. The problem has been he's gotten so spread thin by doing Indiana Jones, by doing, of course, Starfield, the Fallout TV show, working on all the mobile games, working on the like 3 different studios they run. And as he's gotten more and more spread out, the quality has dropped. And that's just that's the problem. Okay. But Todd is a legend of the industry, no doubt. We do meme about him overselling stuff, and I do think that is certainly a trait of him. I think at his core, he's a really good salesman as well as game designer for open world sandbox games, but that's what gets him in trouble, is the sales stuff, is that he kind of tends to overpromise a little bit, or he doesn't walk stuff. He doesn't temper expectations. He just lets it go free, you know? And if there's a question where the answer is no, he tends to just not answer the question at all, which lets it spin up, you know, crazier and crazier. So it's going to be interesting. I am not expecting, as we go through this, a super super hard-hitting interview. If you're expecting him to rail Todd about something like union busting or something, like I wouldn't expect that. Plus, I don't think they've done that. I think actually BGS Montreal, I think it is, they actually have a union form. So I guess that wouldn't even make sense. But I'm not expecting any sort of crazy hard-hitting journalism. This, I think, is certainly a conversation between friends primarily. But let's see.
Welcome to the Kind of Funny Games cast for Wednesday, February 18th. 2026. I'm one of your hosts, Greg Miller, alongside studio head and creative director Bethesda, Todd Howard. Hello, Todd.
Oh, hey, how you doing? Great to see you.
It's good to see you after you dodged me at DICE.
I did. That is completely my fault. We always catch up at DICE.
An annual tradition to get a cup of coffee at DICE. An annual tradition. And you left me hanging because I didn't hit you up until the week of. That was my mistake. That was my problem.
I think
this is one thing you will see, and it's why you get kind of
I just like this side of the slug off. Go back in. That sound is fucking terrible.
There's a conflicting dynamic within the industry. Like, there's people.
I think that the elder sides of the video game industry are all people that are like my age, and it's kind of crazy, and they're all cornball, cheeseball motherfuckers who don't actually play games the right way, and they're all stuck on the industries
that are framed as journalists, and then there's people
you can
that
see
are
it here.
It's why you get
there it is. See it here. Old guy talks to old guy while middle-aged guy looks on in wonder. And I'm sorry, but it's like, I don't know, man. Like, something about it is too masculine, it's too old, it's too out of style. These people aren't hungry. They don't make games that have been good anymore.
Kind of conflicting. There's a conflicting dynamic within the industry. Like, there's people that are framed as journalists, and then there's people that are like influencers, and then there's people in the middle. And personally, it seems to me like Greg is in the middle, where he used to be like games journalist. I think he worked at IGN, but like he's not quite a like YouTuber, streamer, influencer type. So he's somewhere in the middle, and that leads to this weird positioning where people expect journalism standards, but in reality, I think his interactions with a lot of people are much more content creator focused, where it's like just go get a cup of coffee and talk about games. And I think that's where a lot of the disconnect comes from, where people are expecting a certain approach, and then it's much more just vibes.
It's better to do it this way. And
where's the damn candle? Don't you doubt me? It's burning. It's right there. Don't you doubt me?
In
front of everyone. Yeah, I saw the chat earlier was like, is this live? This is live. Super chatting on youtube.com/kindoffunnygames. Ask Todd your questions. Of course, remember, we couldn't do this without our Patreon producers at patreon.com/kindoffunny. Carl Jacobs, Omega Buster, Delaney the Psalm Twining. Thank you so much. Todd, how are you?
I'm awesome. It was a great DICE. It's been a crazy year for us, so just a few things going on. Just wrapped the Fallout Season 2. We're writing Season 3. Good. We had Oblivion Remastered the past year. All the Fallout 76 updates. We're working on Starfield content. And of course, the big games we have coming in the future. Indiana Jones. So
Indiana Jones I wouldn't play.
Just a little things. You start off, of course, walking out on a Nintendo Partner Direct this time to announce all those games coming to Nintendo Switch 2. No big deal there. And then you jump into DICE and you get going. But yeah, I think that's the thing. It's so great for you to come back. Thank you so much. Of course, you, April 29th?
This is the show I listen to. I tell you that.
I know you do.
Like, we use Discord. Everybody know you use Discord for
They
this?
do, yeah.
Okay, so I have Discord on my work computer here at the office. It's the only thing I've ever used it for. So
Confirmed, Todd doesn't have friends. Oh, Todd. He only uses Discord for interviews with Kind of Funny Games.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, these people that make the games, they don't represent us. They're from an older culture that just didn't play the games the same way. I'm at this point now where I don't play Discord because I did it so much for fucking 17 years that I'm actually really thankful I don't have the cacophony of other people's fucking voices in my fucking head. I liked it for about 20 years, but now I'm just like, no, I got enough with YouTube. I think I'm okay. YouTube's always more informational than most of my friends, not all of them, but yeah.
He doesn't play games with friends. He doesn't Discord it with friends.
He doesn't play his own games. No.
That's so sad. That's so sad. Everyone feel sad for Todd. Feel sad for Todd.
I don't feel sad for
That's
Todd.
tragic. That's tragic. I don't blame him. If he was on Discord and that leaked, bro, it would be game over.
Every time I boot my computer, Discord comes up, and I'm like, I don't think I'm on.
Incoming
You
town.
can uninstall. Yeah, you haven't been on since April 29th, 2024.
Like, well, now I have a reason.
I
Well,
don't
see,
have...
usually when I call people on the show, I just call them on their phone. So I'll just start doing that for you. You
All right.
can.
You can do that. You have mine.
I know. Well, I don't want to bug you all
don't
the
abuse
time.
it, so I appreciate you.
Well, that's the thing. Once the number's given out, you
Incoming
understand
town.
it's a red light. Yeah, here we go. It's go time. Anytime you get a phone call from me in the middle of the day, you're going to be live on the show. But yeah, I have so many
No, I'm not
questions to
going to
ask you
Sky,
on the
no.
record, I guess, which is why it makes more sense for you to return. Again, you ushered in Kinda Funny Gamescast as a daily show on April 29th, 2024. I can't thank you enough for that. We have been steamrolling ever since with daily content, the #1 and #2 video game daily podcast in the world, all because of you, Todd Howard. But I digress.
I think you had something to do with it.
Of course, let's get to the topic of the show. Todd. It's Todd Howard. So many places to start, Todd. And I think...
Sorry, it's a slow build. It's a slow build. We're getting there. Stay strong, friends. We're getting there.
The only logical place to start is, of course, Starfield. I know some, Elder Scrolls 6, when the Fallout remastered rumors, all this. We'll get to that. All right, we'll get to that, everybody watching live and watching later. When you get a show, you're allowed to ask about your favorite game. Because I was offended this morning when I went to the No Sodium Starfield subreddit, which I go to frequently, if not daily. I'm there lurking and looking. Agent Shane said, of course, watch him talk about everything but Starfield.
Caleb's92 donated $10.
Fair opinion. Fair question.
Todd was already living in the future and uses TeamSpeak, so Discord doesn't leak his ID. Praise Todd and his future insight.
Praise Todd. I liked what somebody else said where they're like, nah, he's using Skype because it's BGS. And of course they'd be using the old thing. What was pre-Skype even? He's just using Yahoo IM. That's all he does.
Warp drive active.
That would be funny. I remember my grandma using Yahoo IMs like to communicate with my mom. That's a throwback. Anyway, the Starfield like subreddit being referenced, that's funny. That's funny.
And then of course on that thread I said I am one of you.
yeah.
I will get a Starfield answers or else. Todd, what the hell is going on with Starfield? Because even before I let you answer,
so wait, I thought he was joking. No Sodium Starfield. It's literally a Discord that, wait, I thought he was joking. Is this a real subreddit? I thought he was joking. I thought he was just like joking that that's what he calls the Starfield subreddit. Did they like literally move subreddits because the other one was too toxic? No way, dude. That's literally come discuss your adventures through the cosmos with fellow redditors. Do not be afraid to express constructive criticism about the game. The only thing we don't allow here is toxicity. For other game discussion besides Starfield, join our general low sodium subreddit at the Goblin Hub. That I didn't know. Toxicity, don't engage in annoying arguments. Okay, I don't know what that means. That's freaking funny, dude. I did not know this was a thing. I will say the official Starfield subreddit doesn't surprise me they don't go over there. There's a lot of people frustrated. That's freaking funny. That's freaking funny. I thought he was joking, but he's real. Okay.
I have never had a more wackadoo preview than what y'all let me do for Starfield's upcoming content.
Remember I told you guys this happened? A bunch of people were like, Luke, I don't know. Luke doesn't have like a super strong track record because he doesn't leak stuff. So like, who knows if he has the track record? I told you guys this happened back in November, that a bunch of people who are considered friends of Bethesda were invited out to a digital preview event and they got to see Starfield running. And remember what I said. I'm going to show you in case you doubt me. Never doubt me again, okay? I've had a few people, this is December 17th. I've had a few people reach out who claim to have either been present at the event or helped put it on. They're consistent in the following ways. Temper expectations. things are being improved, but from what I'm hearing, this probably isn't a Cyberpunk 2.0 scale update. BGS do have a number of improvements coming that are specifically aimed at the most common complaints, like load screens. These have been data mined too, but you should not expect them to have magically changed what the game is. The other interesting thing I've heard from two people is that the update/DLC will not be coming when we've assumed it all, when we've all assumed they are. It's later. Regardless, improvements are improvements and they deserve credit for making the game better, but we will have to see what the update is actually like when it drops, considering the recent track record of updates and breaking games with them is far from impressive. And so, like, Jez also reaffirmed this. Some tell me not to expect Cyberpunk 2.0 like you said. Guess we'll find out soon. So the clear like statements were it's coming later. Everybody thought it was going to be coming at probably in like January as part of like the Xbox showcase. That didn't happen. It was coming later, and people thought, oh, it's going to be Starfield 2.0. How many times have we heard people say Starfield 2.0? This is what Todd had to say about that.
Where you let me go to a thing with a bunch of other creators and we were told you're not allowed to report on this or talk about this, but you're allowed to say you saw it. And so now for like the last 4 months, every so often one of them says that, people flip out thinking it's Starfield 2.0 and what's going, where are we, what's going on with Starfield?
No, first of all, thanks to the Reddit comment there. I'm a big Redditor, so I do read Reddit a lot. It's my...
Oh my God, Todd's a big Redditor. We lost another one.
sort of favorite signal to noise, you know, platform as it comes to that stuff. And
I'm sorry, Reddit is very good for some things, but he just said it's really good. It's his best like signal to noise place to find I guess what they need to be focused on. You know what? BGS, modern BGS is making a lot of sense. Like Reddit is the ultimate echo chamber creator. Like it is built to build echo chambers, and so this is explaining a lot. Okay.
And yeah, look, obviously we've been working on a lot of Starfield content. We haven't talked about it yet because, you know, the end of last year too was particularly for us. We sort of period of time where we focus on IPs or franchises, and Fallout really obviously dominated the fall and a little bit in it early this year.
True.
You know, you've seen it, and I can tell everybody we're going to be talking about it, you know, really soon. We're moving into a phase where we're ready to talk about Starfield.
Okay.
And really show that in the right way and what's coming to the game. We've been doing a lot of work that we like a lot. It is not Starfield 2.0. You know, I've seen some of that, so I don't, you know, for expectation setting, I think it's the kind of thing where if you love
it'll be
Starfield,
space flight.
we think you're going to love this. It's, you know,
I do.
That,
I think, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Change the game, you know, not in an isolated way, but sort of, you know, meta.
Sure.
Using outer space and things in ways that we haven't. But look, if Starfield's something that, you know, didn't connect with you right away, or you bounced off it or found it boring in places, I don't think this is going to change that fundamentally. But if you're someone who loves Starfield, like you, Greg,
yeah.
we think it's really, really, we're really happy with it. We like it a lot. And we just, you know, we have such a big audience on the game. It's really like a game.
Hold on, I'll get to
No,
what he's
you
about to
don't.
say in a second.
No, you
It's
don't.
Interesting.
No, you don't. You have like
told you
2,000 players.
I don't typically. Ooh, oh my god, I love to gloat. I told you. Okay, like this, I honestly don't know what the idea was, like what they were trying to achieve, but they did this event. Chill, Todd. Chill. Daddy, chill. They did this event in November. My understanding is it was like November 15th, and they invited people like Greg and a few other people, and a lot of the paid modder crew. They invited them out. They did a like Zoom call kind of thing. I'm not sure if it was Zoom specifically, but they did a meeting online. And they were shown a bunch of the updates they had done. They were kind of given the elevator pitch of what their vision is for the future of Starfield. And that was it. Really strange that they did it months ago and they were not allowed to share it. They were allowed to say that they saw something, but that was it. I don't know what the strategy was
party invite
behind that, honestly. Maybe they're just trying to gauge
Hey, I
feedback.
got a party.
My personal expectation is that they wanted to share it with the modding crew so they could start building mods using like and framed with these improvements. I think that's probably why it is. I don't know why somebody like Greg would need to be there, but maybe it's just because he's friendly to Todd
Incoming
in the
tell.
studio and that's why he was invited. I don't know. The whole thing is weird. I don't understand it, to be fair. Yeah, I don't understand the strategy behind that event that they had. I'm sure there was some thought process behind it. I just don't understand it. That being said, He says very soon they'll showcase what they've done, but in very not Todd fashion, he is walking it back and tempering expectations. Like I said at the top, Todd doesn't tend to do that. Todd tends to say a lot of stuff. People get excited. They claim and assert 10 things that are not real. And conveniently, he just doesn't really respond to those. Like I remember with like Starfield at launch, there were a bunch of people saying, oh, I bet you can fly on the planet's surface. For sure. You can fly from space down to the planet. We had that in No Man's Sky in 2016. I bet they have it. It was not in the game. That could have been something
not in the game. They lied about it,
debunked,
yeah.
but it would lower the hype level. It would be a problem. Obviously, it ended up being one. So just didn't talk about it. So when the game came out, it was a big story that, oh, you're just loading into fish bowls. You know, it was breaking news that was happening. And I think that is a trait of Todd that I think, you know, needs to be addressed, because it's gotten him in more trouble than I think he would have otherwise been in. And so now seeing him tempering expectations, I think is good, because I've heard from people, not Todd, that saw this preview of what's coming and they said, yeah, it's not Starfield 2.0. Like, this is not a Cyberpunk 2.0 level update. It's not reinventing the game to make people who didn't like it. It's going to be more Starfield, probably better Starfield, but it's still Starfield. If you thought Starfield was boring, it's still going to be boring.
Past hours beast in terms of Starfield.
Oh, look, it's
for us,
85K.
And we're really, you know, happy with the results, and our audience is great.
Is that imminent? You're preparing, you're getting ready.
Wait, did I miss it?
And our audience is great. And we're really hours beast.
Yeah, so what he just mentioned is interesting. So we heard many stories when Starfield launched that it had really high average hour play counts, like 40-hour average, like crazy numbers. And if you don't know, apparently the main metric that Game Pass and performance on Game Pass is judged by is hours. Just like with Netflix, just like with YouTube.
Wow.
The
I
main
didn't know
metric
that.
they care about is how much time are you spending on the platform. So the most valuable thing to Xbox is if you can create a game that has high hours played.
Yeah,
Them having like
76.
a 10 out of 10 masterpiece game that's only an hour long isn't very valuable. Like, who cares? They need something that will keep you subscribed. You know, they need something that will keep you hooked. And that's what Starfield has been, according to Todd and according to the independent data that we
Starfield,
have,
like, is something we
that
spend.
It's been a Game Pass hours beast.
Such a big audience on the game. It's really like a Game Pass hours beast in terms of Starfield for us. And
Nice.
we're
That's
really,
good.
you know, happy with the results, and our
Well,
audience is great.
Which,
I
to be
didn't know
fair, I
that.
think is
that imminent?
Like the people that
I play
that
on GeForce
Starfield
Now.
play a lot of it.
You're
Yeah, I play as
preparing,
Starfield.
You're
I
getting
play a
ready
lot
to
of
talk.
it.
How close to talking are we?
It's soonish.
Okay.
It is soonish. I don't want to spoil the day, but it's coming soon. Yeah.
And then
Hey,
I'm
that's
guessing
cool.
Early March, they're gonna do a
Early
deep
March,
dive,
huh?
and then they'll maybe bring it to PlayStation. It's been rumored to come to PlayStation in early April. Maybe they wait all the way till early April, but I do find it interesting that Todd's
how do
doing this
you know
interview
this
today.
shit?
You know, if he was launching it in April, why wouldn't he do this appearance at the end of March or early April? You
Hey,
know?
they're
I just find
servicing
it interesting.
Starfield. I
Why
thought he
now?
said they weren't going to
You
do
Guess
that.
the next one for you to dodge is, do you feel like, is this going to put a bow on Starfield for you? For the team to then move on to all the other projects you're working on?
That's a good question. Like, the rumor and speculation and like some rumblings have been saying this will be the final, leave it behind. We're done with Starfield, moving on to Elder Scrolls 6, full focus. That's a good question.
Yeah, look, we do have a lot of projects, and so I think balancing that with the size of our studio, we do have a lot
Bye,
of development
bitch.
partners also, but still we're relatively small, just over 500 people across everything.
Super tiny.
But that's the trick. That's the trick. Well, across Fallout
I know.
and Starfield and the Elder Scrolls work. I think balancing that, you know, what's important for a period of time.
White
That's
mage
kind
to
of a
white
trick
mage?
that we find ourselves in a lot. But no, we're doing more Starfield stuff coming up. We've been laying that out, and so it's something we see continuing. You know, for a while. We also have all the creators. They're doing amazing stuff in the game. So I think working with them also kind of keeps really good content coming into the game, and we're going to be a part of that as well.
Yeah.
So they're not, he's at least saying they continue for a while. What degree that actually means, I think is where the detail, and I think that's where the actual truth is. Because my expectation is they're going to drop this. I don't think they're doing another annual expansion. Like the rumor is that they're going to be, or the expectation is that they're going to bring it to PS5. They're going to have the second expansion, probably sell it as a brand new complete edition or Explore the Stars edition. And it's going to be a full $70, and it's going to come with both DLC and a bunch of in-game
all the things I bought already
club stuff. And then they're probably done, because like, is Microsoft really going to give them another $75 million?
And I will love Starfield.
Another expansion?
You know, as funny as he talks about sunsetting it, I'm like, I will love Starfield in 20 years. I'll be like, Starfield was great, everybody hated it, but I loved it. And I did love it. I love Starfield. I don't listen to the voices, and I don't pay attention to the quests, and I just go from point A to point B with light quests, or whatever they call it, radiant quests. And that's it. You know, that's all I do. And the game was great for that. And I did beat the game. I beat the game after 600 some odd hours or some stupid shit.
$1 million, 75 is a lot. Maybe like another 20 million or 15 million to make another expansion that everybody hates. Probably not. Like, why would they? You know, why would they? So I think it makes more sense that they do this. They're kind of done. When he says they continue doing stuff with it, he means maybe the occasional official mod where it's like an official skin or 7-minute quest line or something. They probably do that, but I think that you're going to see it go from 50 people working on Starfield down to like 5, pretty much overnight. That would be my guess. So he's not technically wrong, but I'm guessing the real truth is like a good bit more nuanced.
I think that's something that, you know, for me is, as a Starfield sicko, as I keep saying, so impressive. As I think, as much as I have loved Fallout in the past, I was always on consoles. So the modding community, the creation community wasn't my thing for a long time. I know eventually, obviously, it came to consoles. But with Starfield having it out the gate so quickly, I've been shocked to see how much that has kept the game alive for me, of dropping in for these big editions, whether they be from Bethesda proper or whether they be from the community. And even going as far as what, it was 2 months ago, last month? I think it was last month, January, right? Time's a flat circle and a blur right now, where they did StarCon. Did you see this? Where they did like a little Starfield digital convention. It was on Zoom all day. People came together to talk about their creations and what they were doing and where they were going. I loved it. I had such a great time.
Doesn't this just gotta show you there's like a whole universe out there you have no idea about? You know, like they literally had a Starfield convention in January.
Really?
You never know what people are doing in their own houses, do you? Like, that's crazy, man. And here's the deal, okay? Insert meme joke. Starfield sucks. This is so sad. Insert joke about that, okay? But like, here's the deal. I think it's cool if you like a game that a lot of people think is mid as fudge.
I love
it's cool that you can still
Starfield.
get
I think
together
you have bad
and have a good
taste.
time. That's why I find it so freaking.
I think that's why you sit around and don't play video games, is you have bad taste. I'm sorry, it was mean.
Warp drive active.
I found a spot where I can just mine all night, and I'll make like 60 million in Bez, and I'll use it to fucking make retrievers so I can farm ice right in the fucking faces of pieces of shit like code or all those other fucking, I don't even know all the names of the corps that have been fucking with us, fucking with me lately. I want to shove it in their fucking face though and just keep showing up in retrievers over and over and over again. I already have 13 of them fit. Extractive Super Nexus. That seems kind of weird. I like coming out here because it takes them so long to actually reach me that they can't gank me, which is actually so funny. I am out so far. I think that that's like the only protection that you can get against the gank when you're mining. The only one is going out 300 km. Look, I'm 300 km. I am 300 km. Or whatever. I don't know. I don't know which one I'm trying to reach yet. That guy, I guess. Yeah, so... Okay, now go align to the structure and mine this thing. Oops. And the minute you get around the asteroid and start clearing space... Stop. And it's still too fast. It's annoying. Go back. Now we're on the right side of the asteroid. Right, now we go stop the micro warp drive and go back towards the structure with the bounce. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Now, I feel like I'm starting to get really a lot better at that sort of stuff, and I might actually be a really good e-pilot. I'm now 7K out. So now they've got to come all the way through this stuff, and if they come straight at me, they're gonna go bump, bump, bump. Like I can go all the way back to that one, right? Or wait, I don't know why it didn't work. Hold on. Right? And then like so, as they shoot towards me, as they jump in the belt, they're like way over here, and they've got to go through this. They're gonna hit this one, and they're gonna hit this one, and they do. They hit them. It happened just 5-10 minutes ago. Some guy in some fucking worthless piece of shit dick sucker ship fucking showed up. I don't even know what fucking ship it was. I don't care. Just pieces of shit who shoot unarmed targets with fucking small penises. I don't care what they are, what they do. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's like actually my attitude towards these worthless piece of shit human beings. They could be a lot better, but they're not. They're like, they go out of their way to make other people's days worse, and it's like they could be a lot better than that, a lot better people than that, but they're not. They're not tough. They're rough, you know. So I set it up where they've got to come a nice 200 kilometers, right? And it takes them like 45 seconds or something. If I hear the buzz, I just go, okay. And I'm already aligned to the station. So like, it's like maybe 3 to 5 second align time or something before I'm just out. So he's got to clear 300 kilometers, like right down the line, 200 kilometers. See, it's like 200 kilometers, but they come in over there. Like they come in right there where that thing is, and they're like 280 kilometers out there or something, and they come shooting through, and they go bumping off of asteroids as they go hungry hippie, you know, they go press W with their fucking micro warp drive, and they come straight at me and stuff, and it's just funny. They go boing 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 like fucking Sonic Spinball. They go boing 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 or pinball or something, right? And in the meantime, I'm just like bye. 5 seconds later, I'm gone. Just 5 seconds, right? So they've really got to catch me AFK. I've got to have a girl in my lap or something, or like a fucking, you know, or I have a cat in my lap right now, but I mean like a girl in my lap, or somebody's killing me in some other game, or I'm trying to learn something on some website or something. They really got to like actually like catch me with my pants down. Otherwise, the ping pong that they play with the fucking with the asteroid belt is a reality. They got to circumnavigate all those rocks. They can't just go right through them, which is cool, and I do like it. I like that I'm protected by distance, because it's like, at that point, I'll just do this stuff. I'll just come out here. I should come out here with the retriever, and just see how long. I don't know. Well, I'll come out with a Pioneer, but it's prime time in 2 more hours at like 11 o'clock. I'll come out with a Pioneer, but right now I can't do anything but a fucking Venture, because it's like I need the micro warp drive stab. I need it to be a cheap investment so I can sit here and do it at AFK. I need it to be non-invested, like not 15 or 20 mil.
like a Pioneer. And when I bought those Pioneers, they were a lot more than that. I bought those Pioneers, I think, by order for 16 or something like that, and they're 12 right now. So yeah, so it's like, you know, so I even have a loss on the Pioneer. I realize now, because I kind of bought them when they were hot. They were hot. I've got a lot of Pioneers. I got 75 Pioneers. Sorry, Kitty, I didn't mean to wake you up. I got 75 Pioneers, and yeah. Or something, like 45 or something. I think I have like 45 Pioneers, and I did pay like 200 mil or something, because I was like, yeah, give me Pioneers, so I'd never have to worry about having Pioneers again. And I bought while they were hot. I shouldn't have done that. I should have bought them now. I should have waited. Well, I mean, my intention was to sell them on the Hypernet. They were Hypernet stuff. But now I find the Hypernet kind of boring. I conquered the Hypernet, and yeah, it has a lot of money, but it also costs a lot of money. And there is some reality to that. Like, having 30 billion flowing in and out is fun. It's fucking fun. But but at the end of the day, you walk with like maybe 5 bill or something, and it takes months. And it takes thousands of losses, and it's all this work. And I'm just like, I could sit here and mine instead, and it would all be basically positive growth. Excuse me. Every 2 of these trips or something, I pay for 10 ventures or something like that if I make them myself. Especially if I just reprocess ore and bring it back to fucking Jita, I can make a lot of ventures with this ore that I'm mining. So it's sort of like, it's like they can kill the venture. Honestly, I don't even need to jump away when they come kill me, frankly. But it's better if I do that, because then I can just come back in with the ship and not lose it, you know? Okay, here we go. We're like almost done here, and I'm just watching a whole... Well, no, we're not. No, we're like halfway done here. I've got a little bit of while to go. Oh, this party is not full yet. And all, you don't need a tank. Yes, please, Sam. Boyo to trade me hundreds of parties without that fucking ass and then, literally. Without shit ass and then, yeah. I just holy. Yes, it works. I just holy. I do want to know that you don't need a tank. I have Black Mage if you prefer. We have a Sam Thief, White Mage, White Mage. Sam Thief, White Mage. I am willing to play Black Mage too if you'd like. I'm just not going to say anything. Oh, somebody left. Oh, did I do all my gold ingots? Yes, I did. Which is good, because that's money. But I didn't finish. I'll have to go buy more gold ore. Yeah, I'm out of gold ore now. I love having my cat on my lap for hours. This is the first time she's ever done it. She's just, like, finally able to sleep on my leg. I have a glass of water. I don't have to go anywhere for a while until I have to pee or something. I'm making these for 72. Yeah, I'm making these for 72 and I'm selling them for 85. That's pretty good margin. Pretty good money. This is a better market. I'm probably going to sit in this market for a while. I'm currently a red mage. Nice, I got a whole load.
Warp drive active.
I love coming to 350k, I'm out. Makes me feel much, much safer, you know? It's like, fuck yeah, fuck yeah. I'm learning how to Poshvon. There was like kind of a secret out here that I didn't really understand, but I do now, which is, yeah, they have to travel 300 kilometers to reach you, and I didn't really think about how powerful that is.
Docking request accepted.
Gold ingots, yum. Gonna make some money. I could go out there with a prospect. Because, I mean, are they gonna reach me? It would be more money. Like, they're not gonna fucking reach. I mean, some of these guys do reach me because they just don't warn me they're coming. They warp in cloaked and they come straight at me. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just better to do it in an adventure. But it is fun. I like the excitement it brings. Because this is like the most dangerous place in Eve. It genuinely is. It's a charted 36, or maybe it's less. Is it like 18 or something? It's more than that. I think it's like 32 or 34 or something. It's a charted 34 system, and they think of it as a triangle, but you could also think of it as a circle. But it's like, you know, but they think of it as a triangle because you can do the numbers that way in a triangle. It's divisible by 3. And yeah. And so it's like a big, like Poshvon is a big giant triangle of 30 systems or so. Or is it 18? I can't remember how many, but there's like 18 or something like that. I can't remember, 18 to 30 or something like that. And so it's a very linear path. There's only left and right. There's only like in and out. There's 2 fucking, in each one, there's only 2 entrances. So, and there's no wormholes. So, you know, you're really fucking safe from random out here, and it's a good place to be if you're not scared of losing your ship. But the problem is, in those 20 systems, the big boys make really big money out here, and they run really big money sites, and they bring it back to Jita easily with just, you know, with like a couple of jumps, like 10 jumps or something. And so the boys out here aren't fucking around. You'll see them often 20, 30 paladins deep or something, trying to pull 50,000 DPS a second or something like that. I don't really know what it is, but it's like crazy. And the average ship has like 1,000. So it's like, yeah, they just melt anything that they target. And you'll see that I saw just one just now. It's why it's fresh on my mind. I just saw like a 30, or I think it was like 20 man paladin roam or something like that, leaving out of this station right here. And like they let me leave, like right, I just jumped out past them. I was like, fuck it, they can't tackle me. What can I do? I'm not waiting for them to leave or whatever. So I just left. And I just gotta check, make sure I'm not being rude to this party. Paladin Ninja, Dragoon range, waiting for you, or you can leave too. I don't care, I'm fishing. What did he say? He was like, look at the property. When I say Paladin Ninja, Dragoon range, sometimes we can leave too. I don't care, I'm fishing. Huh? Oh, I lost 4. Oh, damn it.
Go back out there now. Just felt kind of weird about jumping out. I don't know why. I give in to my instincts these days because they always steer me well, I think. I'm like, is it safe right now? It feels safe. And I mean, the investment is a million-isk. It's nothing.
Warp drive active.
My cat really loves me. She spends like 2 hours sleeping on me. We have a great friendship. I make sure she has all of her needs, and she makes sure that I'm happy. You know, that I have like a loving pet that, you know, always somebody to cuddle when I'm down. Friendly no matter what, you know, doesn't yell at you, doesn't have an issue with you. Okay, we're gonna go out 180 km. Sometimes they show up like 10 seconds after you get there. It's kind of crazy. You're like, what the fuck? How did this guy show up here this fast? It is so annoying. They do show up like 10 seconds in your fucking wake sometimes. It just works out that way. They're either just jumping there to check it anyways, or they descanned you and they just made an assumption of where you were. They just happened to nail it. Or they saw you leave or something dumb and they're cloaked and you don't know it. So they're like sitting there cloaked outside the station. They see you leave, so they just jump to you. And so it sucks. They'll come in right on your heels 10 seconds later, like real PvP on WoW kind of thing. And they'll just come right in on your heels. It's so annoying. So I watch my heels a lot. I don't like traveling to the asteroid because it's like they can come hot on your heels, and they do. It's happened to me twice today. Fucking submarine fights. You know, I saw a game in my list the other day, or not list, but like games that I have that I forgot that I have, which was called U-Boat. And, you know, the last time I played U-Boat, I almost started doing like a playthrough that I linked to. Now, where are we now? Like, where are we now? What's going on here? Like, why are we 38 km away from this fucking thing? What? Go to it. Go. Go to that asteroid. What are you doing? What was this? You took me 60 km away, you idiot. Fucking software developers. I told you to approach this thing. Why am I 60 km away? Let's go. We're moving at 3 km and it seems kind of slow. There we go. Okay, kill the micro warp drive. Good. Now, structure, sanctuary, align. Now, we still going? Did this guy talk? Okay. Stop. Did you go too far? No, I don't think you did. I think you did stop in time. I think just in time. No, I don't know. Oh, I'm full. I didn't dump. God damn it. Go back out. Wasted my time.
Warp drive active.
Fucking annoying.
Hilarious that there's literally a no sodium subreddit. That's so funny to me. Like that's fun. That's cool. But I think that that's also it's why it's really interesting that the tactic for Todd was to go to Greg because Greg represents a Starfield fan. Like he's saying, he still actively plays it a lot. He really liked it. And he even said this update they're bringing is going to be great for people like you, Greg, who really like the game. And if you bounced off of it, it probably isn't going to change that for you. Like their approach is not to win people over. Their approach is to just double down on the people they have, which I'm sure at some point they're doing the cost benefit analysis. They're like, does it make sense to put 50 million, 60 million, whatever it would take, into overhauling Starfield to get it to the point where it convinces the people like Luke that it's worth playing, that it's really good? Is it worth that, or can we do like only $1 million worth of work and get it to the point where the core audience is even more invested, have even more star cons, and continue buying paid mods, and we turn profit? Honestly, I think they make way more money doing it this way, which is probably why
I haven't looked at the Starfield mod list in a while.
This is a business. Like, I get it.
We could
But
go
I
do
just
that
find it really
right
interesting
now.
that they looked at it and just decided either they're totally content with how it is.
This video would be a lot
or
better with
it just
Starfield
didn't
music
make
in the
sense
background.
to put all that time and money into it to overhaul it. You know, it's very interesting to me.
I spent $100 on Starfield mods, and it was a mistake because the fucking game keeps breaking over and over again. I can maybe look at it. Like, I think I've got a save there where I can start over again, new game plus with a new character, I think. And then, yeah, and I'm only like an hour from the end or something like that. I can start over with a new game plus character that has no mods at all. And I would be able to keep my character and my level and my gear and stuff. But it would be... I would have to do that. I started over hardcore because it's like I want an unmodded playthrough. Something still was wrong. Something was wrong with it, with just even with 4 mods, there was still something was wrong. I need an uninstalled mod and unmodded playthrough, or it just breaks. And I learned that I wasted like $100 on their mods, but I supported Starfield, which was a good game. That's weird. It's not playing the crappy music. Is it assuming that I'm playing my other character? That's odd. Why did the other crappy music play? Jemison, level 8. That's odd. Did they fix the login music? Yeah. I don't know. I also have... Oh, player. Okay. So, yeah, I could try and go do an unmodded continuance of my other character. But I'm going to leave that path open for later and do New Game Plus. But no, I think I'd rather just do an unmodded run and start over. Let's go look at the creations.
Look, our community there is amazing. Our creators and modders who have been with us for so long, we love it. And I honestly still think it's early days for us. We're always trying to find new ways to support that community. I think the content is, you know, absolutely incredible, but we have a ways to go in terms of making it easier for them, putting it in front of everybody, saying, hey, try this out. You know, with our older games and creations of Fallout 4, you know, we still have issues when we update the game and it breaks mods, and so we see all that. So we still feel like, even though we've been doing this type of thing for several decades, that we're still early in what that looks like for everybody.
So this is the one thing where like I really struggle to like be nice, I think is the word. Like, Bethesda's handling of updates to their established games has unacceptable.
Been
it should be
yeah, I would say.
That they can launch an update for a game that's 10 years old, completely break it. Like, literally, VATS did not work. You could not use VATS. It would say that you had like a 100% hit chance of a character behind a wall. Like, it was broken. A core gameplay mechanic that's just broken. It would be like if the spell system in...
Yeah, so if I go back and I load all the mods, which will take 15 minutes, I can go and finish the end of the game again, which isn't that hard. And I'm right here, I'm an hour from it, or maybe I'm at the end right here, I don't know. Starborn Guard, no, there it is. It's Masada Buried Temple. Yeah, this is like 40 minutes from the end. This Masada Buried Temple is the one that isn't Starborn Guardian. All of these are Starborn Guardian saves, even though they don't reflect it for some reason. Or no, these are my new saves after that I put mods on, and they're worthless. And I'm scared to delete them.
And I could go try and resurrect my unmodded New Game Plus character, which would give me a lot more reason to play. But I'm enjoying my unmodded run, actually, kind of. They say you can't get rid once you put mods in the file you've injected, and if you take out, you have issues. And I think I believe them. Yeah, no mods, the lodge. I'm 5 hours in. I don't really want to play Starfield, but let's see if anything's improved in terms of its
Baldur's
performance.
Gate 3 was broken with a patch. Big deal, okay? Big deal. And it took them 19 months to update it and fix it. And how did they fix it? They literally Control-Z'd the improvements they brought. Like, it's so unacceptably insane that I can't really be nice about. Like, again, Todd's a legend of the industry. He's made some incredible games, but as the head of a studio, how is that something we just shrug off? Like, I would expect, even for Greg, like, as a friend of Todd, I would expect
no, and
like,
non-modded. Like non-modded, once you inject, it takes frames because it loads that mod. Even if you're on a non-modded New Game Plus playthrough, if you inject it ever on that save, it totally tanks the performance of the file. And I'm learning that the real strength is just doing it unmodded. And I love all those mods. And I had a great experience going to the end of the game with a modded run. I think it was great, but I did spend 600 hours on that modded run. So now, like, we're looking at a non-modded run. I don't know. It's a good game, but I'm also like sort of done with it. It's fun, but I kind of spent my time here. I think they'll have to add stuff to it or make it different for me. And honestly, I'm burnt out on this game, so I'm just gonna bail.
Just talk about that real quick. Can we just like real quick ask, like, what are we doing? Like, you know, why did that take so long? Can you help me
I
out?
want to keep going, actually, because level 90 is really good. I want to get up to, like, fucking level 450 and shit and see what it's like. It's probably insane. It's probably crazy. The mobs are probably fucking crazy. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, yeah, I've seen 76 higher now, like 250. And they're fucking crazy. They get crazy, kind of. They do crazy things. So, I don't know. It might be interesting to just keep doing a New Game Plus playthrough with no mods and then just see if it... But no, I injected on that file. And now that save feels corrupted. Now that I've got that achievement out of it, I'm just going to leave those saves in my file. The last, like, 10 saves or something from that character, and I'm just going to move forward. Raptor skins. Man, we're still looking for group. This is taking forever. All that's silver, and I can't get rid of it. I dumped a lot of money into gold, and it might actually lock my money up kind of for a while, I realized. Because, yeah, I did drop down like 250 there for like 3 stacks of gold ingots. And I don't think I want to do much more than that. I think I'd rather ride copper and just keep making money until gold sells. But it was fun there for a bit, I will say. It's fun to place like 300k worth of gold on the auction house with 10 minutes of work.
Audience understand.
I used to dream of being that good at Final Fantasy 11.
Why it took 19 months to fix a totally busted version of your game that people wanted to play because of the show that was really good. How does that happen? How do you not expedite that somehow? Is that something with funding? Is that an organizational issue? What do you need from the community? Like, help us understand literally how that happens. I don't think we're gonna hear that question though.
From that last statement to the general future of Bethesda games, right? You know, you make this game, you make this type of game, you make this thing. Do you see that changing? I think the way you listen to this show, the way we talk about Bethesda games, open world RPGs in general, you know, expanded out for the video game world, you hear so much about, well, the Bethesda engine, and then me talking about like, yo, Bethesda makes Bethesda games, and so it's silly for us to show up and think you're going to get something different. But as we see the success of Baldur's Gate 3 and all the choices and consequences there, as we see people continue to push it and get nerdy with it, I think of the Outer Worlds 2 and the way they did perks and stuff like this.
At Kyle Parkhurst 1720 donated $10 through Super Chat. Two things can be true at once. It's okay to like something a lot of people don't like.
True.
But you're also partly the reason we get so many low-quality games. IMO people need to raise their standard.
Thank you, Kyle, for the 10. I do think so I think with that you could break it up even more, and you could say, you know, you're saying that's why we as a community, the gaming community, get so many low quality games. But you could break it down even more and be like, yeah, we got a game we didn't like, they got a game that was good enough, so they're happy. Greg's happy with Starfield. I was thoroughly disappointed by Starfield.
Really?
As were many people, I think. But that's also what Greg is asking here is like, I'm sorry, I'm genuinely not trying to do this, but I do feel like every time I freeze the video, I just catch him in the most unfortunate freeze frame. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to, it just happens, okay? It just happens. Every one of Todd's freeze frames looks like it could be, you know, the insert cover of a book he wrote about being a chiropractor. You know, he just got that vibe, like he'd call his book Popping for You or something like that, you know? All of it just pops. All sorts of stuff. His stuff looks like a novel, you know, but I feel bad. I'm doing Greg dirty. Anyway. But let's hear what Todd has to say.
Do you guys batten down the hatches and you're committed to your engine and this is what we're making and this is how it's going to be? Or are you letting things come in, influence, and do you see that changing as everything evolves?
Yeah, so basically, are you doubling down on what you're doing, or are you letting other games like Baldur's Gate influence what you do and change the type of game you're trying to make?
I think if you look at our games, we've sort of always evolved. We do have a certain style that we like and our fans like, that we want to get better and better at. I think in some ways, well, in many ways, Fallout 76 and Starfield are a little bit of a creative detour from kind of that classic Elder Scrolls Fallout, you know, a Skyrim or a Fallout 3 or a Fallout 4, Oblivion, where you're exploring a world in a certain way. And, you know, as we come back to Elder Scrolls 6 that we're doing now, you know, we're coming back to that kind of classic style that we've missed, that we know really, really well. You talked about, you know, tech and things like that. We spent the last...
Okay, well, I'll let him talk about that in a second. His comment about being a big Redditor is making a lot of sense. Like, the more and more he talks, the more I'm like, okay, yeah, no, it's checking out, you know, it's checking out. Because it's just, I think if you're on the no sodium Starfield subreddit, maybe there is an honest perception that Starfield was truly innovative. I think for a lot of people, they feel, myself included, that Bethesda's been like regressing, especially when it comes to the quality of the writing. Maybe not regressing, because that implies that they're going back to what they did before, because what they did before was better. What I mean is like they're degrading in terms of quality, like specifically the writing, the way that they actually design the worlds, design quests. It's getting worse, I feel. And I think a lot of people would agree with that. Maybe if you just go to the one subreddit that agrees with you, you have a different perception. But I don't know how you could think that, like, for Bethesda, I guess the procedural tech was innovative, but compared to what other studios are doing, it's nowhere near what they're doing. You know, I don't know.
You know, several years bringing Creation Engine 2, which powers Starfield, up to Creation Engine 3. That's...
Oh my God, it's happening. Oh my God, it's happening. Okay, so previously it was understood that the phrasing was, Elder Scrolls 6 will run on the Creation Engine that ran Starfield. It will run on Creation Engine 2. Todd is saying that they are bringing it up to Creation Engine 3. And you know how that works? This, unfortunately, like, really broke some people's brains. It was really unfortunate that some people just bought into the hype so much when they saw this. But I remember when Starfield was coming, there were people who were saying, well, I think that a lot of the tech they're saying is going to be there is actually going to be groundbreaking, and it's going to be really good, and this is not going to have bugs and be broken like most Bethesda games, because it's the Creation Engine 2. It's the second one. So it's going to be good because they've overhauled the engine. But in reality, all they did was just write a 2 next to it and add some bells and whistles. And what they're going to do with the Elder Scrolls 6 is literally that. And dude, there's going to be so many people screaming that no, this time it's different. It's a new engine. It's the Creation Engine 3. Well, I feel like if you zoom in, you can actually, like, you know, you can still see remnants of the 2 underneath it. I think it's still Creation Engine. It's just got like a new number next to it. No, totally new, totally overhauled. No, like for real, I can see the 2 underneath the 3. It's the same engine. Nope, totally new. That's literally what's going to happen. It happened with Starfield. It's going to happen again. I thought that they were just going to stick to Creation Engine 2 and be like, okay, we're just going to focus on some improvements. We're not going to act like it's totally new thing. But with this, no, it's going to happen again. Here we go.
It's going to power Elder Scrolls 6 and beyond. And
look, I made
obviously we do all the
sales.
rendering things. We're really happy with the new stuff that we're doing, but also kind
Oh,
of
no, I
world
didn't.
systems loading, how we bring things into the world.
I bet. You hear what he's
doing, but also kind of world systems loading.
A lot of loading. Loading confirmed. Elder Scrolls 6. Lock it in, fam.
How we bring things into the world, how we get that detail close to the camera kind of immediately. And so, but it's still...
I don't know what any of that means. How do we get the detail close to the camera immediately at what? I don't know what any of that means. Okay.
You know, we have a style of game that we really, really like that I think people expect from us.
Yes.
Sure.
This is true. Yes.
There's a lot of innovation to be done there still, so that when
I
you
agree.
step into a world, you feel like you're experiencing it really for the first time, a game like that.
Sure.
And I think, you know, we're happy with where it's headed right now. That's what I could say.
Okay. I will say, I agree. Bethesda makes Bethesda games. There's not really anything like it. And that's why, at least in part, Starfield fell so flat for so many people, is that it was like the worst parts of a Bethesda game concentrated. And then all the good parts of Bethesda game, they like intentionally cut out. The handcrafted world, the easy lose yourself exploration, all that's cut out for procedural crap. So there are like the archetype of a Bethesda game is indeed something people know and love. Absolutely. And people do expect that, which is why they didn't like Starfield. But I do agree with him that that's what they want. And it seems to be, he's insinuating that they will be returning to the older approach, which he said they know and love, and that they can innovate on that. So if he's describing that they're going to structure this just like a Skyrim and do it that way and approach it that way and just try to iterate and improve on the Skyrim formula, I'm much more into that than if they were like, yeah, we're going to take the Starfield formula instead of the Skyrim formula. We're going to take the Starfield formula and we're going to refine that into the Elder Scrolls 6. Then I'd be upset. But the fact that he's saying
they don't like these massive open world space games, I guess.
To the old school approach, to the Starfield or Skyrim approach.
I think Starfield is just a few changes away from being like the best space game. Absolutely, because I think it was definitely more fun to play combat-wise than No Man's Sky. And it has all the systems that No Man's Sky has. I don't really see them. They could just improve it. They could, spruce it out. I don't think they're going to, but I think they could. I see a lot of Doomer stuff. I see a lot of Doomer thinks this and Doomer thinks that, I couldn't sell these copper rings, so I'll just have to identify them, I guess. I'll put them away for now. You never know. Maybe they sell for gold after they're identified. Alright, going back out. Damn, we pull 4 really fast. Alt and aw. White Mage Summoner, White Mage, White Mage. We're gonna do Cure Burn, I guess. Okay. I like Cure Burn, why not? I've been buying silver. I'm gonna stop because it's too expensive. It's actually a loss. I have a nasty pimple on my chin. I think it's just an ingrown hair. It's annoying. Well, hi, pretty kitty. Yeah, I like this pretty kitty. I do. Oh, Yoda. Blech. No, you need 2 summoners. No. I'm not gonna tell this person anything. I don't care. It's not my business to be negative. It's whatever. I don't care what this person does. I'll heal whatever it is. If it's slow, then let the party fall apart. I don't care about that. I'm down to clown. It's funny how positive my attitude is for how negative I can be to people who fuck with me. I'm actually quite a positive person who will just roll till the end of it. I don't care what they say or they want to do. As long as I get to heal people, I'm good. Okay, I'm here to buy copper. That's it, huh? I gotta say, this last synth, they didn't even put that in the game for the first, like, I don't know, 10 years or something. But when they did, it really made the game a lot more fun because you can just sit there and auto synth all the fuck day. You can't do it forever. It's every 3 minutes or something. You have to go back and press the button again. But that's a long time, 3 minutes, you know? Oh, shit. I'm out here just doing nothing. I need to leave. Anomalies. Turtle beds. If it got quieter, I would have been killed by now.
Warp
Oh, it's a
drive
pioneer.
active.
Who can Yeah, you wanna get on my lap? Get on my lap. Get on my lap. Get on my lap.
Me much better. I'm glad to hear that. That's a thumbs up.
Okay. In that, I mean, you brought it up. You said the Elder Scrolls 6. So I mean, like, how is that going? Because it's been, let me check my calendar, 7 years
Since the announcement.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think everybody knows that why we announced it that way then. Yeah, it's not my preference. My preference is all.
I don't think they do know, Todd. It's not been confirmed. I've been saying for years, 7 years at this point, that the reason they announced it in 2018 was because they were trying to build up their portfolio because they needed to sell the company, and they sold to Xbox later, but they were announcing everything to put everything on the table for negotiations with Xbox. And I think that's pretty well demonstrated at this point, but that's never been confirmed. And anytime people have asked, why did you announce it so early? He's like, well, it just at the time it seemed right. So I don't think it's been confirmed.
Always you hear nothing, and then one day the game is out. Like there's an announcement and the game is out. Like that's my perfect scenario. That, you know, that can't always be the case. And at that time, he wanted to signal to people, because it's the obvious question when you announce a 76, are you still going to be doing single player games? So you announce a Starfield. The next question is, well, what about Elder Scrolls 6? So that really was.
I didn't dump.
And even then, look, we know where the game is
go
set.
back
We
and
know
dump.
some things we're doing. Just
Warp
hey,
drive
this is going to
forgot.
be happening. And so, look, like I said, it's going well. We're happy with
Why do you always show this weird picture? It doesn't look that good anymore.
it. It's going to be a while
Kind of does.
yet. We're happy with where we pushed the technology and how the game is
That terrain looks pretty empty.
coming together. You know, we're able to play it. We've just we're about to pass a big milestone internally. The majority of the studio is on the game and some of our partners. So, you know, it's weird.
And partners, get ready for leaks, fam. Get ready for leaks. Did you know that like 90% of all game industry leaks come from like 2 people that work at one of these contractors? They work at one of these like Virtuos game type places that work on a little bit. One of them does work for Virtuos, but they work like on a bunch of different games for a bunch of different
Docking
studios. So they
request
see
accepted.
a ton of stuff that happens, and that's where most of the leaks come from. It's very interesting. But I think that we will probably be seeing leaks relatively soon, and he's going to talk about that later. But I think that, you know, it would have been such a fascinating shift if they had not announced it. Can you imagine if they had not announced it back in 2018 and it still was not announced today? Like, how would that have shifted the dynamic? How would that have shifted everything? Like, we would know that they're working on Elder Scrolls 6, but Todd would be doing these interviews being like, yeah, we're really excited to share what's coming next. That's it. That's it. That's all. You know, it'll be so fascinating. Yes, Luke went back to part-time janitorial work so he can leak all those studios. Well, there was a leak years ago,
Warp drive
I think like
active.
2021, of a guy in a Rockstar studio, and somebody left their computer on, and there was a build of GTA 6 running.
Oh no.
Very, very early build, running on the computer, and he took a little picture on his cell phone covertly while like cleaning the floors and everything. You know, no joke, janitors have leaked stuff before when somebody forgets to turn their computer off before leaving for the day. It does happen. It's kind of crazy. I remember when I worked in commercial real estate, we were told you have to put all of your paperwork locked in a cabinet lock it, take your key with you, because the janitorial staff comes in and you never know. There were horror stories from the 80s of like brokers from other firms paying the cleaning lady to steal documents and leads to give to them so they could go get the deal. Like actual crazy stuff.
Yeah, Glengarry Glen Ross, that's kind of what that's about.
That's a story for a separate time though. Anyway.
And the janitor ends up being your leak.
Continuing.
Not even like a game developer.
I'm not here to like sell anything or talk. Really, it's really a catch-up conversation.
Yeah.
So I feel bad because people want information. I appreciate that, but I'm much more, I like to think long-term about when you really see the game and hear about it, focusing on that moment and kind of, not today or the time in between.
Well, I assure you, I doubt very few people showed up to the Kind of Funny Games cast expecting you to show footage today. So don't worry, you're in a safe spot.
You just did. There you go. That was it.
That Talk to me a little inside the studio game dev stuff, jumping off of the Elder Scrolls 6, but not obviously giving me stuff you're not going to give me. You talk about the majority of the studio being on it, right? So that's
I'm sorry. We'll let him talk. I love the idea, Dr. Sujiro, I think. I love the idea of like a hypothetical situation where Todd comes on stream and we're like, hey guys, be nice. We have a guest. And then I'm like, let me catch up on some comments. I'm going to read some comments for you and you can just respond. Okay. Real quick. Todd is a hobbit and a loser and a lizard.
You're such a weirdo, dude. Ooh, new Kira.
This is the Ubisoft way. Why not make games where we've got...
Why are we started over
Okay,
here?
what up, friendos? Welcome back. And it's time to talk today about Might and Magic Fates. And this is, as is always the case when you talk about a Ubisoft product, just another example of how this company can take literally anything. It could be the most winning formula in existence and just ruin it. This is the Ubisoft way. Why not make games where we've got a legendary franchise that people have played for decades, that people love, Might and Magic?
Yeah, like they could have literally taken the source code from Assassin's Creed. I think they probably did for Skull and Bones, but then they just took out the fun parts of it.
Card games, which people...
And Skull and Bones is an okay game. I liked it when I first played it. It's all right. They'll just have to add a lot more before it's fucking ready. A lot. I don't think they were ready to bite off that amount of work. I don't think they were ready. I think they think they're just gonna ride out until they inevitably. Wow, where am I going right now? Currently, I don't know. Let's go to that one. Oh, I went past it. Is what happened? Okay. Oops. My legs skinny. I gotta move them. I'm sorry. There we go. You ready? Good kitty. Good kitty. Yeah, that's a good kitty. Yeah, that's a good kitty right there. Oh, kitty.
Enjoy playing. Why take that smash hit combination and make a good game when you can instead do it the Ubisoft way and introduce at minimum 2 or 3 underlying mechanics that will absolutely ruin the possibility of this thing ever being good or being a long-term success. So you might have heard of Might and Magic Fates, and if you have, you might have heard that there's a real issue with this game, and that is it's Ubisoft's foray into the NFT blockchain cryptocurrency space. But honestly, I have no idea how this thing's on Steam, because you have to sign into a mutable account, which is a blockchain, to even load the game up. Because when you open packs in this game, there's a percentage chance that one of the cards you open will be an NFT. And there's no crafting in the game. There is only opening packs or buying NFTs from other players on the NFT marketplace. So that introduces already an immediate huge problem. And let's just, I guess, go over the actual gameplay, because that matters, right? Before we get into why the game is fucked and how Ubisoft have broken the rules of Steam and should be removed from the platform, because they absolutely have. And the example is honestly fucking crazy that they actually did this. But the gameplay is relatively simple. It's kind of like a super simpler version of Hearthstone. You basically have your hero, and the cards that you have when you draw them give you gold at the start of a round based on the number value on the thing. Here you can see the number 2s. That's 2 gold, and your gold is the resource of how much you can spend in the turn in the prep phase. The issue is that the game, at least from playing it originally without any new cards, because am I gonna play into this economy of how bad it is as a free-to-play, or go and buy NFTs? You can miss me with that one. The problem with the game originally is that the starter decks are like so wildly imbalanced, but also the games are just so slow, but there's like no comeback mechanics. So once you're in a losing position, at least with the starter decks, you might as well just... You can't even quit, by the way, because the game doesn't allow you to forfeit a match and earn progress towards your quests, which is the only way to progress your account as a free-to-play. In the games, once you're losing, if you've not got any of these like crazy comeback cards, which again, buy NFTs or spend loads of money, the game is like... You just sat there for like 15 minutes in a game you know you've lost. Like, the opponent would have to make some kind of ridiculous blunder, and the mechanics are so simple at this stage of the game that I don't see how you could possibly make that blunder. But the gameplay is fine. Like, for a base version of a card game, it's fine. It's like not very complicated, it's not super interesting, but it's like enjoyably playable if the turn timers were like way shorter, because games of this can go on for like 15 minutes. But either way, the gameplay's fine. The cards seem to be cool. Like, the deck ideas are there. Like, it's possible that this could be a good game if you remove the fact that Ubisoft have monetized it. Now, if you play this as a free-to-play, you can basically only realistically earn about 1 pack per day when you play this game, and a pack has 5 cards in it. And obviously, like, if you go look at what the valuations are for these things, if you go look, like, oh, it's $1 for this card, $1 for that card, you can obviously search by price, $65. You want to buy one of these legendary cards, $65, 17 for the epics, 15, 13. Like, very heavily monetized. Come buy a $60 NFT legendary card, and then obviously go into your games with that and absolutely fuck everybody's head in, because it's a card game. And honestly, I could look past the NFT thing if the gameplay was like crazy. Like, if this was Magic the Gathering on steroids, I'd be like, yeah, you know, you make concessions here and there. Magic the Gathering Arena, when that came out, had really, I'd say, pretty fair, decent free-to-play monetization. But it got worse and worse over time, and now you basically have to spend a bunch of money or play it like it's a job. This game has started with terrible monetization because the NFTs, because they want to force you into that. And there's like £150, so like $200 packs in the game to buy. Oh, you get a special legendary, a moving legendary, a foil, plus a bunch of cash up currency to buy packs. But if you try to play this game with like only spending a little bit, but with this is their first set on their first launch. So unless they change the game massively, it only goes downhill from here in terms of how bad it is as a free-to-play. And it already would take you, I think somebody on the Reddit did the math, and it would take you like a year of playing free-to-play every single day to hit them the reasonable maximum of what you could get in a day to get 3 legendary cards. A year of playing, right? And in that year, presumably they're going to release other sets. The game is monetized so fucking badly, presumably to push you in the direction of going and using the NFT shop, or to obviously spend hundreds of pounds in the shop to buy cards for a game that might not even exist in the next few months, because the actual player base for this game is so fucked. Which brings us to who's playing this game and why did I say they should be removed from Steam. So it actually has a lot of downloads and really good reviews on the Play Store. Like, people are playing this on mobile and they seem to like it on mobile. I don't know how many of these people are still playing. 100k downloads in the time it's been out doesn't make this some incredibly super popular game, but it does have good reviews. So obviously the people that did download it, obviously mobile being mobile, they don't have, you know, they're not the best judges of what is a good game with super long longevity, and especially not a good judge of the monetization. The mobile people seem to like it, but in terms of a PC population, this game has very little players, and it's only been out for like 6 days, right? Not only that, when you look at the reviews for this thing, you might notice that there's something real weird. It's mixed. There's only 655 reviews, 54% review score. What if I was to tell you that they broke Steam's rules originally? As soon as the game released on Steam, a lot of these positive reviews are fake, right? Because on their Discord, the developers of the game specifically announced, we are doing a giveaway for founders NFTs, so we'll give you stuff that has actual real world value if you go and leave a positive review on this game, right? That's against Steam's rules. Like, immediately you can look this up. Developer usage rules. We're pretty confident in the data we're getting from user reviews on products across Steam. As such, we don't see customer benefit from individual developers or games soliciting reviews from customers. Along those lines, below are the rules for things you shouldn't do with regards to user reviews. Don't attempt to abuse or artificially manipulate the review system. Don't solicit reviews in exchange for any games, DLC, money, or other rewards. The exception is sending a copy of your game to press or internet personalities to get previews or reviews. Don't ask customers to review your product from within your application. So, Steam are saying, don't solicit reviews, whether asking for positive or just asking for reviews full stop, if there is an incentive involved. Oh, there's a prize, go and review. Because the implication there is, you would be asking for positive reviews, because why else would you be doing it? But they specifically even went one step further and said, go and positively review our game, take a screenshot of your review, send it to us, and then we'll enter you in a raffle for NFTs. Which, your game shouldn't be on Steam at that point. You've broken the rules flagrantly. And then when people pointed out in the Discord to them, you're not allowed to do this, which is why I can't show you a screenshot, by the way, but there's days worth of people discussing this point and it existing in the Discord. They edited it and removed positive reviews. Then people pointed out, oh, it's not about the positive reviews. That's even worse, but you're not even allowed to ask for reviews in a giveaway. They remade it entirely without a giveaway attached to it, attached the giveaway to another thing for like X reviews or something. I can't remember exactly the wording that was used, and just said, please go and review our game. So when you go through this and you're looking at, oh, you know, it's mixed reviews, half the reviews are positive, a non-zero percentage of those reviews were essentially solicited by trying to give people, to bribe them to go and positively review the game. And then you can see people pointing out that used to play the old Might and Magic card game, Duel of Champions, that this is essentially the same game with even one-to-one assets. And that it's even the positive reviews are like, oh, it's super early. There's like hardly any features. There's hardly anything to do. It's super bare bones. You know what does work in the game? The fucking cash shop and the monetization. And you know what? Before, when I downloaded this, when I saw it and I was like, oh, my Magic card game, I'd love to play another card game. I can't be bothered to play Magic Arena again because I own so many actual physical Magic cards that in my brain I'm always like, why would I spend money on Magic Arena when I have all these cards? It's a waste of time. It doesn't do anything for me. I'd only be playing Standard, and I'm not a big fan of Standard anyway. So I was like, oh, another card game and in a franchise I like. Cool. And then I remembered as I was downloading it, wait, isn't this the Ubisoft NFT card game? And then when I got in and it was like, oh, sign up to Immutable, I'm like, okay, whatever. You know, maybe the game's good. Maybe the monetization as a free-to-play is fair. If it's on Steam, you clearly don't have to interact with the NFT stuff because that's against Steam's rules as well.
Did I buy a Signet staff? I did. I bought a Republic Signet staff.
So obviously you have to go to the website to actually do this. It isn't native within the Steam client to do. But very quickly, when you play a lot of digital card games, you'll come to the conclusion that there's two things that kill digital trading card games. Number one is the monetization. If you cannot even reasonably get to the point of like having cool, fun cards and being competitive as a free-to-play in a reasonable period of time, or supplemented with a very small sum of money over the course of a reasonable sum of time, the game's fucked. Because not a lot of people want to spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars per set in order to just have a competitive deck to be able to compete when playing ranked or whatever. People don't want to do that. And what extends onto that is the beginning of the game. You always want to hook people in with the beginning of your card game where people feel like, oh yeah, this is good. And then they get a sunk cost into like having a collection and playing the game and enjoying the game. Ubisoft have obviously completely 180'd on that and been like, actually, no, We want you to have no sunk cost. We want you to suffer in the fucking mines or give us money. Otherwise, play with your starter deck forever, essentially. Because the amount of cards that you unlock as a free-to-play is fucking borderline criminal. Like, this is actually some kind of cruel and unusual punishment.
You're welcome.
But then the number two is obviously just having a game that evolves and feels like it's fun to play compared to other card games. And with the issues with this, I see no reason why you wouldn't just go and play one of the other games that doesn't have NFT monetization attached to it. That seems like the game's forcing
play with
you
the keyboard
into
on my chest
interacting
because
with,
I have a layback
the free-to-play
chair.
is so fucking egregious.
And
but,
she like
that's
takes my
that's
lap,
a real
so
shame.
I have to like put the keyboard on my
Magic.
stomach.
I really wish Ubisoft would go bankrupt. Obviously not because there's a bunch of people that are going to lose their jobs and be dumped back into the pool of industry where there is no jobs for anybody at this stage, but because I wish they would sell these IPs to companies that was going to do something with them, to companies that wasn't just going to shit on the legacy. I honestly, the more and more I see Ubisoft do things, the more I fucking detest this company. Because previous to me downloading this game, I was reading an interview from Yves Guillemot, where he's talking about like the new creative strategy and how they're focusing on building long-term sustainability and whatever. These motherfuckers have been losing the company's valuation going back to 30 years ago of Ubisoft's stock price over the last 6 years, and everyone in the company has lost their job or is at risk of losing their job, other than the people that have made all these decisions and ruined the company and ruined all of these games and these IPs that people have grown up playing and loving. Like, these motherfuckers are the only ones that should have lost their job over the course of the last 6 years, and they're still here doing stuff like this. It's honestly crazy that he's going to come out in an interview and say like, "Oh yeah, we're building for the future."
Yeah, Starfield blinded me with the light because it's so big and long, but I still think of it as Shadow of the Red Field.
I really wish this game was like good.
I still think of it as Shadow of the Red Field
I'm
compared
in the
to
mood to play
Skyrim.
another TCG, like a digital trading card
Or
game.
even 76.
But holy shit, this can't die quick enough.
76 was
game,
better than
good luck, I
Starfield,
guess. I don't think they're going to make the monetization any better. The game is absolutely so bare bones as well that
Why is
I don't know who this
Ubisoft
is
bothering
actually
with card
for.
games? Like
GameStop is having,
they
like,
just
a
have
super
that
sale.
in
We
their
have something special for all our
system, I
partners
guess.
starting this Friday, February 20th, so 2 days ago. All partner codes will give 20% off site-wide for the week. So if you want to use my code, you get an extra 10% off compared to usual. So good time to stock up if you're a Gamer Subs enjoyer. And see you on the next one. Stay safe. We're out. Peace.
Throne and Liberty is a breathtaking contradiction. A MMORPG that dazzles with beauty, but falters under the weight.
Ooh, micro slop. Let's get down to business, ladies and gentlemen. So yesterday there was a big thing about Xbox. Okay, Xbox, for anybody that doesn't know, is obviously one of the biggest gaming juggernauts, or used to be, in the world. You know, I used to grow up playing Xbox 360 stuff. I was a fan of the old Halo. I was playing my Gears of War a little bit. Nowadays, I'm mostly fallen out of favor of Xbox. So yesterday, some big things happened, okay? Phil Spencer, the former boss of Xbox, left alongside Sarah Bond. Now, I'm not a fan of Phil Spencer. I know that he games. I know that he plays. I know that I can sit in a bar and talk about, you know, Ultima Online with that guy for like hours.
Wait, what?
But I had a lot of disagreements, okay? I thought the guy was pushing AI slop in games like Call of Duty. I thought the guy was not so friendly to physical media, which is why most Xbox games I don't even buy, because they don't come on the disc, okay? Buy a copy of Halo Infinite.
This ends? I thought it went through.
Even install
Oh,
it
God,
without
damn it,
the internet,
I went
okay?
down the wrong way.
You know, no good reason, okay? There's just no owning physical media anymore. Game Pass, yada, yada, yada. Xbox turned into something that, honestly, I just don't think is there for the gamer in the first place, or there for somebody that actually cares about game preservation whatsoever. Anyways, that's not the point, because he's gone. And who did they replace him with, ladies and gentlemen? They replaced him with an individual known as Asha Sharma. Now, Asha Sharma is the new CEO of Xbox, and so, you know, people decided to do a little bit of a deep dive into her. They were like, what did she used to do, Muda? Was she a big old gamer? Now, I didn't confirm if she was a gamer whatsoever. Maybe she has some experience playing Candy Crush. Maybe she plays some Halo. I wouldn't know.
I
But
made the
what
wrong
I decided to do
turn.
was look into her LinkedIn over here, and she used to work at Meta. She used to be the VP of Product and Engineering, COO at Instacart, the board member of Home Depot, but at Microsoft, she used to actually work for the Core AI product division for 2 years and 2 months out of her 15-year career. She was leading the product portfolio for AI models, apps, agents, responsible AI, and developer tools. So yeah, you know who's running Xbox now? One of the former AI bosses at Microsoft. You know, there's part of me that just
No,
wants
that's
to
not
fucking
it.
die. Like, I want to actually blow my brains out because when is this dragon gonna stop being chased? So look at Microsoft's Core AI. For anybody that doesn't know, let's look through January 13, 2025. This is an actual blog from them where they talk about what Core AI is. We will build agentic applications with memory, entitlements, and action space that will inherit powerful model capabilities. And we will adapt these capabilities for enhanced performance and safety across roles, business practices, industry domains. We're gonna build, deploy, and maintain code and basically design applications that are fundamentally changing and becoming agentic. So remember, the reason why Microsoft feels so ass these days, okay, like perfect levels of ass, is that Microsoft doesn't want Windows to be the next operating system that you use with a keyboard and mouse that people are generally used to using, right? They want you to sit in front of your computer, in front of your microphone and go, Microsoft, write me a document. Oh, okay, what document do you want me to write? Write me something about, climate change, for instance. And so Microsoft's gonna send one agent out into the internet to look up everything about fucking climate change. They're gonna have another agent that grabs that information and writes the fucking, like, research, analyzes it, and then a third agent who takes that and then actually writes the report, okay? That's the future of Windows, okay? Windows is future in 2030 and beyond, okay? According to Microsoft even, is they don't want you to just use your computer. They want you to talk to your computer. And here's the problem with that is, you know, if you really look at it in the most pessimistic way, and I do, that basically means that I think at some point Microsoft wants you to basically be comfortable with having like a really thin client on your system where basically your computers are going to be a little small box that as soon as you power on, it's probably going to look for a connection to Microsoft or whatever their service is. It's going to find that connection. Without the connection, it can't do anything. Once it finds the connection, you can log into your account, okay, your Windows account, and then you can use your AI system. So everything is tied to the internet, and ultimately, no matter how you crisscross it, they will be the arbiters on what applications you can play around with, what AI you can play around with, what you can even do with the artificial intelligence. If it doesn't fit into their parameters, it might not be allowed. That is the most pessimistic way to look at it, and ultimately you do have to look at it this way because that's just how these systems tend to work. Now, obviously, I wanted to look at her, and again, I wanted to give people the benefit of the doubt in this situation because even though that she worked for artificial intelligence, is she the most evil person that you could imagine for this? I don't think she is. I think she is an actual tech bro, okay? I think she's more of a tech AI bro than she is an actual gaming bro. And that's just not gonna work here. So anyways, I decided to pull up her actual like shit where she came in and gave her little statement. Dear team, today I begin my role as CEO of Microsoft Gaming. I feel two things at once, humility and urgency. And you know what I feel right now? I feel a little bit of Copilot used in this message. I don't know, I can read the AI cadence these days. So I don't know, I'm feeling there's a lot of Copilot used here, but to be fair, I'm pretty sure Phil Spencer is probably using Copilot for most of his PR releases anyways too. That's what this is. This is PR, by the way, before we go in. Humility because his team has built something extraordinary over decades and they've ruined it in years, by the way. So anyways, to go down, she says first they're going to go for great games. So everything begins here. We must have great games beloved by players before we do anything. Unforgettable
Your skill has
characters,
increased.
Stories that make us feel. We're going to empower our studios. Invest in iconic franchises. By the way, they just laid off and shut down how many studios in Microsoft? Because they decided to buy Activision and then pimp out Call of Duty with AI assets. Remember, even under Phil Spencer, games like Call of Duty, okay, with Black Ops 6 or Black Ops 7, whatever Black Ops that they're on, okay? All right? underneath Microsoft,
your
the
skill has
developers-
increased.
and this is a Steam content disclosure that says we use generative AI to develop in-game assets. Before the AI girl came into office, okay, before she became president, Black Ops was not joking around with having AI assets. So from Black Ops 6, some people looked at paid bundles and they looked at actual like loading screens and they saw that, whoa, this shit looks like AI slop to me. And it really does look like AI slop. It actually is AI slop.
Your skill has
For instance,
increased.
Look at this image right over here. Zoom into the corner. You can actually visibly see the AI slop architecture. So again, this is the future of gaming, at least according to Microsoft. What is the next big prompt that can make us tons of money? Instead of paying somebody to actually, put together something, this is a tool called Osu AI. Now, you ever heard of the esports organization's TSM? So, for instance, this is an AI that people, talked about. They said a lot of shit for it, rightfully so.
You are being talked
but for
about.
instance, you can prompt it, girl with neon hair and holographic jacket. So you ask it to create it, and the AI is going to make a 3D model that you can put into Minecraft. Now, just imagine, Microsoft probably looks at this and thinks, fuck hiring an artist. Fuck hiring anybody that knows that. Shit, just like generate everything. Give people the ability to prompt what they want and generate stuff. And of course, while it's still building right now, to show you that you can actually build entire like buildings and stuff through. Literally, the creative aspect of Minecraft is being sourced out to an LLM. It's that insane. And of course, that is what it generated with Girl with Neon Hair. She looks like a fucking Picasso painting. Again, it's just AI stuff that you can then save and import it into your game. That is the future of a company like Microsoft. That is what they actually want. Okay, I want to just when I make these videos, a lot of it is just giving you the context, okay? When they talk about they want to invest in franchises and care about gaming, these people were laying off tons of developers. They were shutting down tons of studios while they were chasing the next AI dragon. They put AI slop into Call of Duty, one of the most highest selling franchises, just to eke out better margins for themselves, okay? That is the state of corporate gaming, right? It doesn't matter who you bring into office, okay? The AI lady that's coming in, she probably agrees with some of that stuff more than anything because this is her business. This is her side of the tech industry coming in. I somehow imagine that Phil Spencer and for as much as I disagree with them, they probably were pushed to implement Copilot and all this crap, and they probably, if I had to hazard, left because this is not a direction they wanted to go down. And because of their resumes, they can probably get jobs and consult anywhere. Anyways, second, the return of Xbox. We're going to recommit to our core fans and players, those who've invested with us for 25 years, and the developers who build the expansive universes and experiences. Okay, well, this is only going to matter until you actually see games being made, right? Which is going to be years out. So point 1 and point 2 are the beautiful pieces of AI or beautiful pieces of PR speak. Third, the future of play, okay? This is important. To meet the moment, we're going to invent new business models and new ways of playing by leaning into what we already have. Iconic teams, characters, worlds that players love. We're not going to treat these worlds as static IPs to milk and monetize. I mean, what else was she going to say? Yeah, we're going to fucking AI slop the fuck out of Master Chief, boys. Okay? Marcus Phoenix? What are you talking about? The Coalition of Ordered Governments? Talk about the Coalition of Ordered Frogs, boys. No, she wasn't going to say that. I mean, that's too on the nose. That's too on the nose for anyone. We're going to build a shared platform and tools that empower developers and players to create and share their own stories. That almost sounds like they're going to make like a Roblox or Fortnite where you could just jump in and be like, Microslop, make me a world where Master Chief and Banjo are fighting together against Gruntilda's robot army. I don't know. That might be what they're going for. As monetization and AI evolve to influence this future, we're not going to chase short-term efficiency or flood our ecosystems with soulless AI slop. See, this statement would mean more to me if I didn't see you shitting all over Call of Duty, one of your most prized purchases, with the soulless AI slop. They've already started doing it, okay? Just to make a quick buck on the paid shit.
Your skill has increased.
Games are and always will be art crafted by humans and created with the innovative technology provided by us. You know what's also art? Software. Writing an operating system for the last few decades. Something like Microsoft, right? You know what happened with Microsoft Windows 11? It turned out into complete dog shit as of the last year and several patches ago. Because it's just seemingly filled with AI slop code that has completely lost the plot on what should be a deep-loaded, functional operating system, to the point where people who don't even think about operating systems are like, yeah, what about that Linux? What about that Mac OS? Because Microsoft sucks so many rotten eggs. The next 25 years belong to the teams who dare to build something surprising. I don't know if they're going to even last 25 years as a company, okay? They might not even last 2 months given with how layoffs happen. Something no one else is willing to try and have the patience to see it through. We've done it before and I'm here to help do it again. I want to return the renegade spirit that built Xbox in the first place. It will require us to relentlessly question everything, revisit processes, protect what works, and be brave enough to change what does not. I'm going to tell you guys the reality of this, okay? She is an AI bro. That's her business. She is an AI bro. This is her business, okay? She loves artificial intelligence. This is a beautiful, crafted PR statement. But ultimately, it is just PR. For a company like Microsoft, that literally
Your skill
is
has
worth
increased.
$4 trillion as of me making this video. A lot of these companies that are invested into artificial intelligence, NVIDIA, for instance, $6.3 trillion. AI is the moneymaker for these guys. This is exactly why they're chasing it. They have never been this successful in their entire history until the AI craze came along. The problem with the AI stuff is that for the last 2 years, it honestly seemed like it was a huge deal for everyone, right? It was going to replace every single thing imaginable. But there have been researches done very recently where it seems like artificial intelligence, even the best Claude Opus, have only a 3 to 4% success rate when comparing their work to the freelance work of another human professional.
Sorry.
So look, I'm not saying that AI is going away. It's not. It's a technology that's here, and I've made that a very important part of my videos. I even like to fuck around with local AIs here and there. Forget using search engines, I just load up local AIs all the time and do that shit for me. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it hallucinates, I'm always there to fact check it. What I don't really fuck with is all these cloud AIs that are obviously tracking all of my information, storing all of my shit, and probably using it without my consent. When it comes to AI stuff, it's not going away. But I don't think it's going to be as big as what it is. It's not that the bubble is going to pop, it's going to deflate pretty hard. It's still going to be there, the technology is still going to be around, but for companies like Microsoft, I think they're putting all of their eggs into this basket, and it's only going to end terribly for everyone involved. I think for gamers out there, there's been so much bad news across the board, like for instance, Sony shutting down companies like Bluepoint, which literally were so underutilized. They're chasing live service dragons over at Sony because Sony can't afford to even do anything with AI. Microsoft's running with AI stuff because they think that if they put it into every single product that they have, it'll just constantly blow up the market cap for this product. That is the unfortunate reality of the situation. I'm not looking at her with this disdain. I'm looking at her because I know where she's coming from. I know what she's all about. I know that these AI things, looking at Microsoft for the last year, just looking at Windows alone, if you want to let anybody that was influencing that anywhere near Xbox or any division of Microsoft, it can only end in a bad way, okay? Microsoft lost their way for a long time, and no matter how you slice it, as long as you have the context, you'll know that putting in an AI bro is only gonna be bad going forward. Maybe I'm wrong, hopefully I'm fucking wrong, but I don't think I am in this case. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like it if you dislike it, I am out.
I might argue that I'm mogging you right now.
Okay, well, you know, that's a fair perspective.
I could sure use $8. How much beef patties I could buy with that? I could buy 4
Gaming.
Another day, another reminder what
Hello?
a terrible time it is to
Hey.
be any kind of streamer. So
Yeah,
you may have
I'm
seen
awake
this
till 3, yeah. Why? No, I'll bring it to you if you need me to. Okay, I'll bring it to you, but I need just 2 minutes here. But yeah, I'll be right there. Sorry. Alright. I won't.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Okay, kitty. Sorry, gotta get up. What are you fucking with me now? Why are you fucking with me? Is it that? Yes, it is. Now, I put down my headphones. Tomato sauce in my fucking headphones. So annoying. I need my keys. There. Sorry about that. Okay, ready. Back, sorry. God damn it, I had to run. It's a 100-meter dash. You know what I'm saying? I had to dash like a 100-meter dash I wasn't expecting.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Hi, kitty. You want my lap?
Your skill has increased.
Good kitty. Let's put on some video.
Clip of a young kid streaming on Twitch, which has been going viral all over the internet.
1v1. If you win, I gift. Bet. No, wait. Wait, are you being for real?
Yeah, he's been
Yo,
for real.
Chat, a gifted sub in Canadian dollars, and yes, I'm Canadian. I'm from Toronto. If you have a problem with it, bunny. It's $8, bro. I could sure use $8, bro. You know how much beef patties I could buy with that? I could buy 4 at it. He actually gifted.
Beef patties.
Yo, this guy's a G.
This guy's a G.
So this kid is from Toronto, and his name is CD2.
Yeah, some of us don't have money.
Viral mostly because, for once, it was an actually wholesome interaction because the guy got 2 gifted subs, which is around $10, and he was completely freaking out, saying that he can now buy 4 Jamaican beef patties.
You're lying. Yo, oh my, yo, 2 subs in one day? Chat, $16. 8 Jamaican beef.
Your skill has increased.
8 Jamaican beef patty.
I mean, the clip was so wholesome. Even people on sites like, for example, Reddit were actually
Your skill
congratulating
has
the kid,
increased.
saying this is exactly how I Show Speed started. And I think for everyone to witness it, it was a really nice moment because, again, we've seen so many compilations of streamers just being complete wastes of space, dragging the reputation of a streamer down to the Mariana Trench. But here, it was just a kid getting some money. It's just nice to see something good in the online space. Now, unfortunately,
Your skill has increased.
It does take a dark turn. I will get into that. So this clip obviously went, you know, kind of viral. It was shared everywhere. And then other people found his stream, started to join it, and then started to donate him and gift subs as well. And then at one point, even Twitch themselves found his account and then gifted him 50 subs. And he is so amazed by it. He's just crying tears of literal happiness.
Yeah, that's like, yeah, dude, if like 10 grand came through, oh my God, that would be insane. Like, my family needs that so fucking badly. Like, we battled all year long to stay to prevent falling to the streets after my stepfather died this year and shit. 10 grand's so much money.
Oh my God.
I'm like this kid. I can relate. Yeah. Might seem like I have a nice life because I'm on disability, but I mean, no, I saved and scraped for a long time to have the things that I have.
My God.
Yeah, he's like crying. He's like crying. Yeah, that would cry too.
Oh my God. Yo, why, man? Oh my. Wait, what? How much did they gift? Wait, they gifted 50. They gifted 50 still. Yo, W Twitch. Yo,
That's
W Twitch. Oh my gosh.
But of course, all good things must come to an end. Wait a minute, is that someone online actually enjoying themselves? No, said the big company. We can't be having that. So on the day that all of this happened, unfortunately, he made it onto Twitch's radar and they ended up banning him.
God, you know, your skill has increased.
Constantly. So all these VR streamers like, I just got banned, let me explain. I just nearly got evicted, let me explain. It's like, no, I don't want you to explain, mate. I'm good, actually. I'm actually good. I was doing NSFW voice acting and my neighbors heard. Let me explain. Nah, I don't need to hear it, mate. It's all right. A lot of people started to speculate why he got banned because it made no sense. I mean, it is the same platform where you have categories like hot tub streamers, so people assumed that he was underage because Twitch does actually have a policy that you must be at least 13 to register a Twitch account. But then CD literally said on his Twitter, I am 13, by the way. So in the same day, Twitch decided to give this kid 50 subs of like their own Jeff Bezos money,
That's
right? And then also ban him in the same day. So again, it just shows how well Twitch enforced their own moderation. They reward him with gift subs for making
and
it
then
onto,
they
like,
smack
the main
you
page and having a viral clip.
That's corpos.
And they just ban him anyway. And this might actually mean, because he's been banned straight away, he doesn't even get that money. It just goes straight back into Jeff Bezos' pocket. I mean, personally, I've always had my issues with Twitch. I made a video years ago crying about Twitch. I'm not going to go over the entire thing again because I know you're all sick of it.
Has
but
increased.
basically, I tried to get partner. They kept saying no, giving weird reasons like you're bringing too many people over from other sites like YouTube, which is, I think, what you'd want. And then I got a contact in America that set me up with partner. The European Union side of Twitch found out. They took everything away. I could still
They
stream,
took everything
but I wasn't
away.
even affiliate because obviously it's like like baseline streamer, then affiliate, then it's partner. And everyone wants partner because there are certain perks, like you get better server space. So when Hassan goes live talking about Trump or something, your stream doesn't lag to 2 FPS. And I actually remember a lot of people still kept their subscriptions to my channel to auto renew. I didn't get any of it because they even took away my sub button. So basically people were paying me money thinking they were supporting me, and it was just going straight back into Twitch's pocket. But yeah, I mean, my situation with Twitch is resolved. I'm dual streaming on there now. I usually get about 7 viewers total. Because everyone moved over to YouTube. There's basically no point me streaming on Twitch. Whenever I stream on Twitch, I could stream for about 7 hours and I probably make a...
Yeah, you know, like, but the problem is I occasionally end up with accidentally with music and then they ban you. It's so annoying if you don't catch them warning you or
about
whatever.
$50 because I think a total of 3 people actually become members, and it's usually only through Prime anyway. But yeah, it seems with CD at the minute, I'm not sure if Twitch are going to overturn the decision. Hopefully they do, but he said in the meantime that he's actually going to be streaming on YouTube instead. I also have quite a weird proposition. You see, recently, I've discovered I'm an amazing voice actor. I'm very talented.
The aliens are coming. We've been compromised.
Spit it out, Corporal.
Oh, Colonel. We are so fucked.
I know everyone is going to default to the hunt down the Freeman clip. I understand that. But you see, I wasn't given any direction. I wasn't given proper
Your skill has
coaching.
increased.
But now I'm happy to say I've honed my craft. I have become a voice actor. As you may have seen, various bits spread across some videos of me doing about 30% accuracy impressions. I love feet. All right, Glep, this is very important. We can't screw this up. Ah. Hello, we're the Smooling Friends.
Fuck!
SpongeBob, I've got a great idea.
What is it, Mr. Krabs?
I'm going to start a tournament and tell people that there's no money. And then when they all join, I'll tell them there's money.
I don't know, Mr. Krabs. This sounds like a bad idea.
SpongeBob, you talk to me about bad ideas, SpongeBob. But you were in a film with Ice Spice.
Please, Pete, I need this. My mom is kind of homeless. I live with my dad. I want to help her out.
Yeah, it's me, Swagger Shows. What's up, guys? I love Wade.
I came looking for booty. A man's butt, excuse me? Oh, I know who you are, Chris Hansen. But you see, I call you Chris Hansen. I watch your TV show all the time. I know we got those police and cameras waiting outside. It don't make me no different. Now listen, I like you and I want you. Now we can do this the easy way or we can do it the hard way. The choice is yours.
Morty, we gotta do an experiment, Morty.
Oh, Rick. What kind of experiment, Rick?
We're gonna steal everyone's ID, Morty, and we give it to Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel, Discord, Morty.
Oh, Rick, I thought you didn't like Peter Thiel.
He's a bureaucrat, Morty. I don't respect
Your skill has increased.
Hello, fact fetish artist. So I've got too much spare time and I'm very
kitty,
bored.
listen
So
to my
what
lap.
I'm gonna do right now is put an email on screen, and if anyone has any work that they want me to voice act in for whatever reason, okay, I'll be honest with you, there's a very high chance I'm not gonna reply to you, but the offer's there. I just thought it'd be a great way to give something back to the community. If there's any like animated projects, any kind of tone or direction you want, I just thought it'd be something funny to tackle in my spare time. Obviously, I'm not expecting payment or anything like that. It's all going to be completely free. That is, unless I voice act in something and it does incredibly well, then I earn 50% of whatever future profits you make. I'm doing this all as a really elaborate way to get myself as a cameo in Has Been Hotel. Obviously, when you reach out, I'd like the context of what it's going to be, what kind of character you'd like me to be, the kind of tone, that kind of thing. I'm probably going to end up in a load of cringe compilations, and this was a really bad idea, but I'm just very bored. I'm just very bored and I want to try something different, all right? Oh, Xbox. I do miss Xbox. The first console I had after a PS1 was an Xbox original. I play Serious Sam on there. Then I got an Xbox 360 and I play Viva Pinata. I grew up with that console, and that was a time when I used to genuinely care about getting achievements as well. I've said this a lot. One of the first games that I got all the achievements on was the Orange Box, which was a collection of Valve games. It was Half-Life 2, Episode 1, Episode 2, Portal, Team Fortress 2.
Your skill has increased.
Gnome all the way through Episode 2. I did all the gold challenges in the original Portal, but still, the hardest achievement in that game, and I'll always remember this, is with friends
I didn't
like
do
these
Orange
on
Box. I went within
TF2,
one
where you had to
achievement.
play a game with, I think, 7 or more people on your friend list, I would go around like the most pathetic e-beggar, just adding everyone in the lobby, begging that enough people would accept my request that I'd get the achievement. I think that was actually, because I had no friends, I think that was like the last achievement I actually ended up getting. So this story is not good for me to talk about because I get it. Everyone likes to rib on Xbox at the minute. The PS5 has no games. The Xbox is basically negative games. They're taking games away from your library. But it seems that the big cheese, Phil Spencer, the CEO of Microsoft Gaming, on Monday, said that he's actually resigning. And then Sarah Bond, who's also the president of Xbox, has resigned. And then Xbox Game Studios head, Matt Booty, that's his real surname, by the way. That was a huge bit, like, basically 10 years ago. I do like it. Whenever they brought him on stage, it'd be like, Matt Booty. He's got a big ass.
Please welcome head of Xbox Game Studios, Matt Booty.
Your skill has increased.
Booty, show me the booty, give me the booty.
He's being promoted to Chief Content Officer, and he's going to be working with Phil Spencer's replacement, a woman called Asha Sharma. Now, this sounds fine,
Your
right?
skill has increased.
You know what Asha Sharma does? She is the AI executive, and she apparently has no background in gaming whatsoever. The thing is, as much as people like to rib on Xbox, the one thing that was good about Phil Spencer is he was with the company for an incredibly long time. What a lot of huge companies do is they just, you know, they rotate CEOs out every couple of years or so. It'll be a CEO for one company. Oh, you ran that company kind of well. Why don't you work for our company despite having no experience whatsoever? This is what a lot of people do. But Phil actually started working at Microsoft as an intern back in 1988 and has been with Xbox since the console originally launched in 2001. Was that when the Xbox launched? It was not 2001. Was it that soon? Wow, it was. Holy shit. Wow, that jump from the PS1 to Xbox? Fucking hell. When was the PS2 launched? Was it before? I'm guessing it's before Xbox. Yeah, 2000. That's a huge jump. And keep in mind, the original Xbox at the time was actually a competitor to the PS2. It didn't sell anywhere near as many copies, but I'm going to sound like such an old man.
You had to be there. You'll never understand the midnight release of Halo Combat Evolved.
This guy's my age, but he
Halo
looks
2.
33.
There was 2 SMGs.
Your
in the
skill
cover
has
art.
increased.
Get it because it's Halo 2.
One thing I hated about those SMGs, by the way, is they took like 5 to 7 business days to reload. Does anyone remember that? I don't know why. Like, that's the one core memory that is stuck with me on that game. So Phil worked his way up the chain, and then he was actually renamed to head of Xbox in 2014. And this is where the console was really struggling. And he was actually one of the people that came up with the genius idea to remove the Xbox Kinect from the Xbox One to lower its price. Remember the Xbox Kinect? It was not very good. And he was also someone that pushed for backwards compatibility, which again is a huge thing now. Mostly because pretty much all games now follow a very similar formula of competitive gaming, loot boxes, or a remake of something old. It's really nice to just go back and play a game from your childhood, and then you realize the game probably kind of sucked. But nostalgia, it's a weird thing, okay? I'm still waiting on that Time Splitters remaster, by the way. I know we've got Time Splitters Rewind, all right? That really good fan recreation of the game. But I still remember, like, Time Splitters is a really good franchise. It was basically impossible to play it without emulation. And then there was this game called Homefront: The Revolution, and it was made by the same developers, or some of them. There was an Easter egg in that game where you could find an arcade cabinet and then play Time Splitters 2, which I argue is the best one in the franchise, mostly because it had Gretel MK2. That definitely activated some neurons in my brain. If I never played that game, I'd probably end up being a normal person. But anyways, in that arcade cabinet, it was like the first 3 levels, but there was actually a cheat, or I think an exploit or something, to unlock the entire story mode. And I think the developers put that in on purpose because they knew, because of licensing or whatever reason, it was basically impossible to play Time Splitters 2. And Phil Spencer also started the Xbox Game Pass, or as I like to call it, the Xbox Poor Pass. And then he also oversaw Microsoft's $69 billion acquisition of Activision Blizzard back in 2022. More recently, he directed the launch of the Xbox Series S, Series X. They really flopped. I mean, there was a lot of issues. One of the bigger ones being that no one has any money, and
I love
they
what
increased the price
so fun.
twice within the first 6 months.
I don't have to do
it's
shit.
really
I just
sad
wait
the state
90
Xbox
seconds
is
until
in
they
at the minute.
pull.
Like, I'm trying to think of some exclusives that they have. I mean, Avowed, which is an Obsidian game. I hate to break it to you guys, Obsidian, from their track record recently, have definitely had more flops than good games. I know they they're held onto such a high pedestal because of Fallout New Vegas and the writing. I get it. What else have we got? Starfield. Wow, I'm really trying here, Xbox. I'm really trying. State of Decay 3. The first one was good when I played it on the Xbox 360. That's not even out yet. It could be good, but I mean, it's going to come out on PC anyway. So when the news came out that Phil was retiring, people started to immediately dig into the new CEO and then found out that her background is almost entirely AI. And she's actually currently the president of Microsoft's core AI product. Now, all I'm going to say is let's not be too pessimistic. Let's give her some time.
Your skill has increased.
See what she cooks. By the way, her past background experience was the VP of Product and Engineering at Meta, the COO of Instacart, and a board member of Home Depot.
Your skill has increased.
A board member of Home Depot is now running Xbox games. Yeah, we're screwed. Now, I do want to defend her here because she was definitely aware of the fact that she was associated with
Your
AI.
skill has
People would
increased.
just be like, it's over, that's it. We're just going to have like Master Chief, he's going to be AI generated. But she actually made a blog post where she explicitly said she doesn't have any interest in soulless AI slop. You know what I love? I love how the word slop has worked its way up the ladder so much that even like CEO multi-millionaires are now referencing it. Like the word started off as just a YouTuber buzzword, and now it has worked its way all to the top of the corporate ladder. Again, I'm going to claim that I popularized that. I'm not going to show any proof. I'm just going to say it as fact.
Today is different. I hacked the world.
Now, if you've been keeping up
I
with the
think
Discord
Kira
situation, which is probably crazy slash
the first place I
insane
heard
slash
slop.
sad slash I have AIDS, you'd probably remember that they announced this amazing feature that everyone's account would be defaulted to teen, which basically restricted your account to certain things unless you verified that you're an adult by either sending a picture of your ID or taking a scan of your face. You may also remember how most people managed to spoof it with a variation of Barbie dolls, Sam Bridges from Death Stranding, and also Gmod characters.
This is like the same video we watched yesterday. I'm gonna get off it.
Okay, hi everyone.
Thank you, Fansino. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Here, the internet's sickest music nerd. Okay, please allow me to talk about this topic now that I was hoping to do so in the middle of last week, but I was just not functional enough to do so. Thank you. Billie
Your skill has
Eilish,
increased.
known by some as Silly Billie Eilish. Seems everybody these days wants to know their favorite artist's political opinion. They want to know what their fave thinks about this, or thinks about that, thinks about this other thing, what they are or are not standing for. Luckily for anybody who's a fan of Billie Eilish, though, you know exactly where her and her brother too stand on any number of issues.
I'd say if you have money, it would be great to use it for good things and maybe give it to some people that need it. There's a few people in here that have a lot more money than me. If you're a billionaire, why are you a billionaire? Yeah, give your money away, shorties.
Most recently at the Grammys on the Grammy winners stage, Billie and her brother made it known that they were not really big fans of recent tactics taken by the government via ICE, and put out a very simple, straightforward, to-the-point statement about nobody being illegal on stolen land.
I can't believe this. Everyone else in this category are so amazing. I love you so much. I feel so honored every time I get to be in this room.
Your
And
skill
as
has
grateful as
increased.
I feel, I honestly don't feel like I need to say anything, but that no one is illegal on stolen land. Yeah, it's just really hard.
No
to
one
know
is
what to say
illegal
and what
on
to do right now,
stolen
and
land.
I feel really hopeful in this room, and I feel like we just need to keep fighting and speaking up and protesting, and our voices really do matter, and the people matter, and fuck ICE is all I want to say. Sorry.
Fuck ICE!
And while I, as a child of the 90s, never knew a time or a culture where America ideologically wasn't just absolutely head fucked on some level, personally, I saw this as a plain-spoken, straightforward, pretty milquetoast statement in a way. Certainly the audience at the Grammys agreed. So yeah, at the Grammys, in greater music fandom circles, this was not too crazy of a statement or anything like that. But if you were going by the reaction the far-right media bubble online had, this was the craziest thing any celebrity could have possibly said in the history of the universe. Because this one little statement statement for Billie Eilish resulted in a week-plus harassment campaign that not only led to countless people across the internet insulting her intelligence, insulting her looks, putting through all of these ridiculous, ugly,
Your skill has
humiliating AI image alterations.
There can be no Grammys on stolen land. So I think Billie Eilish ought to give the Grammy back, and probably her mansion.
Bro, these weirdos were showing up at her fucking house.
Let us in, please, Billy. We are here because this is stolen land, Billy, and we think we should be given access to your quite lovely $3 million mansion.
All operating under the dumbass logic that appearing at someone's home and trying to make your way into their place illegally is literally the same thing as someone being undocumented in this country, which it is not. Those are both not at all the same thing, not even a little bit. However, if you are a dumbass, smooth-brained conservative with the logic skills of a 4-year-old, I could see how you would get them mixed up. I mean, first off, speaking legally, breaking and entering into someone's home and being undocumented in America are not even the same type of criminal offense. Being undocumented or being illegal is a civil offense at worst. Meanwhile, breaking and entering into someone's home is a criminal offense, but also one that doesn't impact my legal status as a citizen, which is like what the whole illegal terminology is supposed to be dealing in, whether or not you are a legal citizen. This is not just semantics. There is a difference between doing
Your skill
an
has increased.
illegal action, like decapitating someone in the street, and having legal status as a citizen of a country. Those are not at all the same thing, and for Billie Eilish to say that no one is illegal on stolen land, that doesn't mean laws don't exist and you can do whatever you want so long as the land is stolen. Because illegal actions and illegal acts and illegal people, not the same. And just because you could put the I word in front of both of them doesn't make them equally bad either. Because while it does it unequally much of the time, our justice system does sort of charge and convict for these different charges, felonies, misdemeanors at different levels, depending on the extremity. So again, stupid dumbass logic from stupid dumbasses who voted for a pedophile. Okay, I'm getting too spicy here, but this is another stupid argument that was lobbed at Billie for over a week, with every conservative and centrist midwit saying that if she cares so much about land being stolen, so on and so forth, why doesn't she give up her giant mansion to the people who originally used to live in the plot of land where she is currently residing? Now, I will say before I make my point here, a tribe that sort of lays claim to having roots in the area where Billie's home is at, they actually did come out with a public statement in support of Billie's words at the Grammys and thought she was spitting and making good and fair points. And if you look at the fine print there, we're notably not asking her to relinquish her house because, truth be told, the suffering and unfairness that numerous Native American tribes suffered at the hands of the American government could never be undone by every single celebrity willing their homes over to them. You're talking about generations of abuse, acres and acres and acres of stolen land. So you see how, like, none of that could be achieved or enacted simply by Billie Eilish handing her house over.
Come back if you
Being a
want, Kitty.
famous pop star only gives you so much power in the world. Not even the power to release the Epstein files completely, sadly. But yeah, between Bad Bunny and Billie Eilish, it's been a hell of a month for just making the simplest and most obvious of statements and just existing, and all of that just resulting in waves of hate and harassment. And again, it's all very annoying and very much because at this point when things are so horrible and so dire, politically and socially, I'll take a win just about anywhere, even if it's like some random celebrity just kind of saying the right thing.
I love Billie
having,
Eilish
like,
and
a
always
pretty
have.
good take. And I think the powers that be sense there
Fuck
are a lot of
ice.
people that feel the same way and know how much outside influence someone like Billie Eilish, who has such a massive and young audience, can have just by saying one thing. So as a result of that, there's even more pressure and necessity to make sure that person is beaten and chased and yelled at and harassed into the ground, because their greatest fear in the world is that what she's saying actually be taken seriously because she's right. But I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you all for watching. Appreciate it greatly. Over here next to my head is another video you can check out. Hit that up or the link to subscribe to the channel. Anthony Fantano, Billie Eilish forever.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. Let's go. 3 likes in the video. Welcome in, guys. We are looking at Winds of Valen today. It has come recommended to me. It is Steam MMO slop. So, yeah. Why not?